Good morning, everybody. It is day 16 of this Karen Reed saga. Day 16. Y'all, yesterday, I realized we are trying to keep up. Well, I'm trying to keep up right now with four things right now, trying to see where DDG goes. There's the Tory Lanez, there's Diddy, and then, of course, we're watching Karen Reed. So, good morning to everyone. Thank you guys for being on this crazy ride with me. I appreciate it. Good morning, Sugar. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning, Miss Sheila. Good morning. I hope you're having a good day at work, Miss Sheila, because I know you're already at work. Good morning, Jasmine. Good morning, Brianna. Good morning, Jazz with the yellow heart. Hey, Gina. Good morning, Sherika. Hey, Deetra. I hope today's not boring, but I fear we've probably gotten to the point where most of the witnesses, I won't say boring, guys, but as we saw with the young lady yesterday, they just didn't do with everything they were supposed to do. So it's almost like their testimony is pointless. That's the problem. Good morning, Alicia C. Hey, Keisha. Good morning, Brianna. Good morning, DJ Mommy. Hey, Kiana. Hey, T. Good morning. Hey, Felonia. Hey, Siobhan. Good morning, Erica. Hey, Cass. Good morning, Annette. Hey, Gabrielle. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Alexia. She said, AKA Lex. Okay, well, I'm going to call you Lex. Good morning. Good morning, Too Pretty. Thank you, friend. Thank you so much. If you are coming in, please go ahead and like the live on your way in. Good morning, Jennifer. Hey, LL. Hey, OLM. Good morning, Sundrop. Good morning, Claudia. Hey, Megan. Good morning, Laura. Good morning, Ebony. Hey, Xavier. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Jennifer. Do we know? I don't know who's testifying. I do not keep up with the list of witnesses, and he seems to be calling them in a weird order anyway. I don't know if we could predict what he's doing. Good morning, Lexi. Good morning. Thank you, Lexi. Good morning, Shani. Hey, Jabria. Good morning, Brittany21. Hey, Tasha with the flower. Good morning, Sleepy. Hey, Rain Shower. Good morning, Mika. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Jasmine. Good morning, Quiet Storm. Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Shonda. Good morning, Safety. How are you this morning? Hey, love thyself with T. Good morning. Good morning, Bridget. Hey, Jalen. Hey, Sunny Days. Good morning, Shalon. Hey, Natasha. Good morning, Stephanie. Hey, Marina. Hey, Tay. Good morning. Hey, Shalaya. Hey, Miss Renee. Good morning, Nisha. Good morning, William. William said, Mel, it's been a while. William, where you been? We've been here every day at this point. Y'all, what are we on? 2 weeks? We might be at 3 weeks, William. We've been here every day. Well, it's a little over 2 weeks because today's 16. A little over 2 weeks. Good morning, Lo. How are you? Hey, Ramel. Hey, Destin. Good morning, Miss Cherie. Hey, Cheryl. Good morning, Alice. Hey, Sharonda. Hey, Life Changer. How are you this morning? Good morning, Gigi. Miss Gigi. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Kay. Good morning. Hey, Ashley. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Existence. Miss Sheila, I know it's almost time for you to go because you get to work super early. Ash was on your shift a couple of days ago. She was at work at 3. Good morning, Morgan. Hey, Georgette. Good morning, Tasha. Hey, Khalees. Hey, Nicola. Good morning. Hey, Miss Debbie. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, Felicia. Yes, William, we've been here for a minute. We prior to watching this first trial, we streamed the second trial. We streamed the first one. Lord William, we were putting in 12, 13-hour days. What a time. We were here. Good morning, Forrest. Forrest says, thanks for covering this important case, Mel. You have a spot reserved in heaven. Well, listen, Forrest. If Karen Reed in the roller coaster ride that it is secure my spot, I'm okay with that. The ride wasn't too bad. I'm okay with that. Good morning, Crystal. Hey, Kiara, how are you? They said, hold up. Bail was ordered by a higher court to amend the buffer zone and has not done so yet. I remember they got pushed back. So they told Bev, let them people get closer. I'm interested to see what Miss Bev is going to do about that. I'm going to see what Bev is going to do about that. Good morning, India. Hey, Bia. Hey, Shay. Good morning. Bia, you almost off work too. Good morning, Big Lou. Hey, Sierra. How are you? Oh. Well, William, if you're gonna watch the case before because of me, I'm cool with that too. It's a it's a crazy case. I will say that, but I do think it's very interesting. It'll hold your attention for sure. It feels like a movie. It's I feel like I'm watching a movie every day. Every day I sit at this computer, I feel like I'm watching a movie. Good morning, Jaleesa. Hey, Chelsea. Good morning. Good morning, Amanda. Hey, Good Glow. Today is my last day at work before retirement. Good Glow, did you wake up this morning and say you want to make us jealous? Happy retirement to you, Good Glow. Happy retirement, friend. And I do hope you live your best life. Do not spend your days in the casino and playing bingo. I take that back. If that's going to be your best life, you do that. I mean, I want you to be at every bingo. Be at bingo 7 days a week if you want to. You've literally earned the right to do that. So happy retirement. Happy retirement to you. Erica said this has been traumatizing. Good morning, Jenny D. Hey, Millsy. Hey, Niara. She said this has been traumatizing. You work 12 to 14 hours. Well, goddamn, Bia. Lord. I remember, y'all know, I remember when I used to work, and I worked in a warehouse or something, but working for the IRS is just as hard. Lord, you sitting down, but sometimes you're done with your work and you're really sitting there finding something to do for those 12-hour shifts that we would never go past 12. But those 12-hour shifts, it's a lot. It would be a crazy movie. Good morning to everyone that is joining the live. We appreciate it. You guys know that I'm doing Karen Reed. I'm gonna probably be doing TikTok lives. Yesterday I had WTF. I didn't know that was going to happen. Because Kayla is pregnant, but we may be doing it regularly again. And then we have our wind down on Fridays with Miss Jefferson Says about Karen Reed. So I commit, if I am not doing like one of those shows, to do a TikTok live to go over Diddy. We'll probably start it with Karen Reed, talk about what's going on in the case, and then Diddy. I'm gonna make sure my mods help me to keep the live no more than like 2.5 hours, because I really do like going to bed pretty early so that I'm on this stream, I'm up on time, I'm not sleepy when I'm on here, get my body refreshed, and I have to rest my voice. I have to rest my voice. I like talking, but I do a lot of talking on the stream. So I have to rest my voice and make sure I'm okay. So I will hopefully my mods can help me keep the timing of the lives under control, because I know there are things that we're hearing in court we need to unpack. And we're gonna unpack it. So good morning to everyone who's joining the live. Thank you guys so much for being here. It is Thursday, May 15th. It is day 16 of this trial. Let's see. Did I see Yates in here? Good morning, Yates. Good morning, Yates. Good morning, Nikki. How are you? Thank you for hitting that like button, Nikki. Thank you. I have labeled Bombshell Thursday. Let's have a good Thursday. I'm going to let me try to put the stream up. Good morning. Good morning, Gwen. Oh no, Gwen, I hope you feel better. Good morning, Paris. I hope you feel better, Gwen. I went outside to take the dogs out today, and I was just so thankful that baby, that pollen that was everywhere, it has come and gone. Oh my God, I'm so thankful for that. Because it was really on my nerve bad. Oh, it was on my nerves bad. So I have something to ask guys. Hey Chatty, good morning. Who do you think? Hey Nurse K, hey Della. Who do you think is going to who do you think is going to cross Cassie this morning from Diddy's team? And what do you think Cross is going to be like? Well, Gina, I think my allergies in general are just messed up, but it's not as bad as it was a couple weeks ago. Good morning, Lily. How are you? You think Steel Forest? Y'all think Steel? Westmoreland, Yates. I was thinking Westmoreland too. Good morning, Ashley. Hey, Mia. I'm thinking Westmoreland. Hey, Emily. Oh yeah, still has been doing the objections. Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. I don't know. I love to see. I can't wait for people. Oh, let me tell y'all. I found someone in the courtroom. I really liked her. Let me tell you who it was. All right, so we're gonna start off easy. Y'all, Caitlin is not in here yet. But when I tell you Caitlin and her husband have the funniest TikTok, they have the funniest TikToks. Oh my God. Okay, I want to tell you who I've been following. First of all, since I've been doing this, I'm really trying to take journalism more seriously. So when I finish community college next month, my next thing is to get my bachelor's, and I am going to do journalism just because I want to be better at this. I want to switch to not just streaming, but doing on-camera interviews. And yes, Melanie is the person I love to know more about what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to study that. But I'm going to start this one with her name is Mona. Oh God, I think I'm about to mess her name up. Mona. I'm gonna just spell it. KOSAR ABDI. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Man, when I tell you I loved her breakdown, oh my God. I was just like, I'm doing my people a disservice because after I read the transcript, I'm like, I need to break it down like this. I really, really like her. I found her on TikTok. She is a journalist. I love the way she just reported what she was seeing in the courtroom. I mean, I loved her, guys. So I would suggest following her. She is in the courtroom. She talks about something I didn't hear. I think I read that Cassie attempted to walk in front of a car. Her husband didn't let her. What I didn't hear is that before she did that, she asked her husband if he could do this without her. And y'all know I love when a scene is set. Okay? She was setting the scene. She says that the defense, they tried. Remember, I reported they tried to have Cassie come in and be seated before the jury. The judge said no. Hey, Carter's mom. Oh, thank you, Carter's mom. I appreciate that. Thank you. So she set the scene, guys. She talked about how Cassie was just saying initially she wrote that book. She said she just came up with a number. She wrote that book to release trauma from trauma therapy. We've talked about that. She just wanted to release trauma and maybe hell wanted him to say, I'm sorry. Baby, she said, but he didn't take her book seriously. He didn't give a damn. That's what led to her saying, I'm going to sue you now. Good morning, Mika. I mean, the lady, Mona, I said, I love the way Mona did it. It's going to be very interesting, Ashley. I do agree. Do you think so, Keith? Do you think it was? Do you think it was blackmail? What she was doing? And listen to why I asked. Don't be like Nail. You know it's blackmail. I'm just setting it up. Maybe Diddy's gonna have that. Was it like, listen, I went through this, because think of this too. Think of this as well. She did not have a career. He was the primary reason her career. She didn't make any money from what she initially sought out to do. You know, it all like it was to a degree. I can agree with that, Nurse K. I can agree with that. I can agree with that, y'all. You won't get an argument from me that the appearance seems like, to a degree, that was blackmail. Did she write in and say, you know what, I want to know what the email was? The defense may bring it out. The defense may bring it out. Key, I think no, she wanted money from the start. She said it. They said, well, how'd you come up with 30 mil? She was going to give him the rights to the book. This is the story they told. This, yeah, we know that the defense is going to paint it one way. The state would too. The state painted a picture of her going through not just trauma therapy, y'all. She had to go to rehab. She had to go to rehab too. So through rehab, she got with the trauma therapist. The trauma therapist tells her that it would be helpful, as we know, they all tell you this, as we all know, that the trauma therapist says, sit down and just write. Sit down and just write. So she sits down and she starts writing. That evolves into a book. I think she said her mom helped her with some of it, all of this. I do think there are aspects of therapy in there, but also aspects of, you need to pay me. You ruined my life. Right? And then I'm going to ask, what would be the difference between this and an accident victim? Well, you know, it's a lot, but I do get the pieces of blackmail there. Yeah. So yeah, I do agree. So it's, again, y'all, it's going to be so interesting to see how good morning, Miss Pooh. Interesting to see, hey, Black Sheep, how the defense, what they're going to bring out. If they have an email where she said, if you don't give me this money, boom, 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 how is that going to look to the jury? Ashley, I don't know. It didn't say. It didn't say. Well, Ebony, did she say that? Any tapes? Miss Pooh, I don't want to say Diddy didn't have any tapes, because they seized several of his laptops and devices, everything. I don't want to say he didn't have anything. I don't want to say that one, because I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. I have not seen that everything came from her. I know that she did hand over some things, but they also seized things from his home as well. And I think I talked about it. A lot of what they seized was, people coming and going. I thought it was people coming and going. And then listen to her testimony. She's saying in her testimony, he would sit me down, pull out his laptops, and show me freak out videos. So he had tapes. He most definitely had something, but she did give them one of her laptops too. And I think they said something. I need a full transcript, because I'm hearing things that make me feel like what I'm getting. Oh, I'm glad y'all, why we talking about this? I've got to go subscribe to the gentleman on X, because I said we could do some members only lives and read some of the stuff that is not on his main page. He has some stuff that's not on his main page that we could read and see. The feds. Oh, Shandy said 300 terabytes to be exact. Word. Thank you, Shandy. I know they got something. You know, who this is just such a case that man, I think it is difficult. I hope they have a psychologist come on and just explain their dynamic, explain what Cassie was experiencing. I do. Key, and so wait a minute, I had to ask my friend Key. Key, what do you mean? Do you think Cassie didn't get enough? Because I have a follow-up question if that's what you're saying, friend. Good morning. Hello, awesome. Yeah, sleepy. That's correct. Oh my God. I really want to know what's gonna happen in this case. Man, I feel for every woman who's ever been in that situation. First question from Bobby. Miss Hartnett, can you explain how you didn't find any blood on the inside of John's shirt where all those scratches were? Forrest, can you explain the shirt? Can you explain the shirt? I don't even know how to feel about the injuries, the way his clothes presented. Hell, the way that she didn't do everything she was supposed to. Okay, friend. If this affected her badly, as she says, no, 20 M's ain't nowhere near. Okay, friend. All right. Not that she got enough. If she was going to threaten him, she should have went all out and asked for more. Actually had proof. She was going to release the book. Shannon, you think she wasn't going to release that book for real? Paris, they can't. I love that y'all can keep up with two conversations at one time. Because we going Diddy, Karen Reed. I love that y'all can do that. So I think for me, with Miss Hartnett, the glass and that hair switching, I don't think I need to see anything else from her. And the fact she can't explain it. You sitting here looking in you sitting on the stand telling me that those two pieces of hair don't look different. I can't trust her. I don't trust her. You know what, Key? I'm going to tell you. I'm wondering, and somebody, if you've already seen this, put this in the chat for us. I'm wondering, Key, if that her filing that lawsuit plus someone else leaking that footage of her in that hotel is what caused it. I don't necessarily think she even knew she could go to the police because of the time. I'm wondering if that lawsuit plus that video, they put two and two together and said we better look more into this. So I'm wondering if that's what happened there. I don't think that was her. I'm sorry, it's not funny. Carter's mom said for pee in her mouth from Craigslist randoms. Baby, empty your account. 20 mil ain't enough. Paris, it's the chat. The chat is asking me about Karen. Then we're going to Diddy. So I'm trying to answer questions as they come in. I'm not going to blame the ADHD today. I'm going to say y'all got a little ADHD because y'all keeping up. Good morning again, Miss Pooh. Good morning. Good morning, everybody that is on here. Oh, damn, I'm going to have to sip a little tea with that. I don't think you can put a money amount. Yeah, I don't think you could put an amount out there because it's always going to be subjective. Maybe she said this, I'm at least worth this. Maybe she's thinking about all the money she missed during her career. She said she just thought of a number. But this is why, if you are not a regular millionaire, I might get on your nerves. I might not be your cup of tea. I get it, but I do feel like this chat understands me, and I understand my chat. I'm quite all right with that. Oh my God, this is what's sick. Oh, I wish I could have my psychology teacher hop on here. This is what's sick. You can tell she still has. She said it on the stand. Someone said that she'll always love him. I said, what the? This is sick. She said it on the stand. Apparently, that's why I've got to get the full transcript. Got to get the full transcript. Good morning, Kaylane. Key, you correct. You are correct. Okay, y'all. We are swapping her read until break. Okay?
Okay.
Was now opening 18.
You are unmuted. I was told council wanted to see me. Okay.
This girl told me I'm tired and my mushroom coffee hasn't kicked in. Man, y'all. So that hurt. She called somebody an asshole yesterday. And I said, now, Bev just getting out of hand. Bev really getting out of hand if she really did that. And was she talking to Alessi? Was she talking to Alessi, y'all? You heard it, pretty? Oh, God, y'all. The jury is there today, Miss Cherie. Now, she's going to have to address that. Y'all, where's Aaron when I have an attorney question? Because, goddamn it, what's going on? I feel like if you are calling this man an asshole in open court, hell, how can I trust that you like me or that you're not biased when it comes to me? Key, they said she called Alessi an asshole. Oh, they said it wasn't Bev. It was the lady on the stand. I got to see the video. So do y'all think it was Bev? It was Yannetti. Okay, it was Yannetti. Do you think it was Bev or was it Miss Hartnett? Mr. Reed probably is tired. I missed that too, Jaleesa. What? They said there wasn't a lady on the stand. Oh my. Okay, Lexi saying she doesn't think it was Bev. They think it was the prosecutor who said it. Hey, Tam. Good morning, Tam. Blue dress comes to court with her face. My cousin does drag, and that's what it looks like. That looks like his makeup. I'm gonna have to see it. I need to see who it was. Listen, that may be who Dav heard. Can you please, guys? I think they said we are under with the locks, on the lights. So please, check the light. Wait a minute. My sister said, I've been watching your coverage. So, Rara, if you're on the live, good morning, girl. Good morning. How's she gonna come in and not say hey? I'm gonna have to ask her. Y'all let me, I gotta text her and say, girl, why you in here and not saying hey? Okay, hold up. Okay, y'all, hold up. Shannon sent it to me.
Are you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal
All right, to the court, please.
and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I can't make who that was, y'all. I can't make who it was. I can't say it was Bev for sure. But I can tell you this, I barely heard the word. I can't make who it was. I can't make who it was. Oh, she talking about she watched the clips, not she don't be on the live. She watched the clips. Okay. T-Friend, and I just wish we could be here. I don't know who said it. Someone said it, and it was so fast. I didn't hear it. Summer said seemed like Bev to her. Bev's voice is deeper than that. Tam Tam said she heard it. I just don't know who it was. Please, wait a minute. My sister said to tell the chat, good morning. Good morning, Kaylin. How are you? Hey, Shataka. I will say that, I mean, I can hear someone say something really quick, and I'll probably have to go back to watch the full incident. Well, the full, maybe a 2 minutes of it or something. But I don't know who that was. Good morning, Merch. Hey, Mira. I don't know who that was. She was the only one with the hot mic. Now, Alexa, I can't answer that. I'm not in court. I don't know. That's a good question. Is she the only one who had a mic? Her mic was hot? I don't know. I don't know. Don't mess with the chat, Key, or I'll throw a Beverly Gray for some instant fit. Please don't act like Bev in this chat. I just think Bev has shown a lot of times that she is biased, and I think that's a problem. That's a problem. It's not supposed to be like this in court. Ugh. Now, Key, that might be a good idea. I'm sorry. Yes, I do believe that this judicial system, regardless of who the founding fathers were, the essence of it should be you go to court. The judge is not on either side. You are a referee. That's it. It doesn't matter if you don't like the attorneys. Always rule according to the law. Like always, just rule according to the law. Damn. Hey, Tia, good morning. That's it. Montresa, pretty baby Montresa, I wish I could. I have to put her on three-way with Pretty and Erica. That they'll tell you right now, I don't know how to do anything when it comes to the chat. I don't know how to slow, and a lot of it I'm on StreamYard. So what they're able to do via YouTube, I would have to get on YouTube to do. I stream through StreamYard. Hey, Miranda. So there's that too. That's cute, Destin. We can send it. I have to put it on three-way with Pretty or Erica because, chat, I don't know. Hey, Sarah, how are you this morning? I don't know. I have to rely on the mods to do everything. Pretty has sent me the instructions, okay? I will say that if I needed to do it, she's got me together. I have the instructions. I think she got Miles over there, King. I'm sure she does. I've seen them. Thank you so much. Hey, Lynn.
You are unmuted.
StreamYard allows you to stream. It's like a streaming platform. I can go to TikTok, YouTube. I can stream to multiple places from this one place, right? Which is kind of like TikTok. It's its own entity. So, not even the supervisor over here, Keith. Please let him know. I did. I'm gonna text her, y'all.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kidoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
This feels like a.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
IT.
We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at Sapphire. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
He
Everyone
did.
said no or shook their heads. Thank you.
Hey, Taylor.
May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
Good morning, Dave. She's not letting those things go, Paris. Let that. You
Good
might as well
morning.
let that go.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Can't make
Mr.
that
Wolf?
same face. Look at her. Is she a robot?
Ms.
She might be a
Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please
Hey,
state what your definition is inclusion when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could
Not
please put those
slow,
side by side.
Oh, not y'all hate meal. Lord.
Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is the, what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on any, on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn the
just a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak up.
If
I'm
you could
sorry.
speak up a little, I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
I know
Yes,
that's
I can
right.
speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the T-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is
Yes,
examined
Pam.
and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
Crazy.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I label the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published.
Okay.
And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolf, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolf, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolf, if you can just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off. Can have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So,
Yeah, lights on.
is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected and put in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie.
Hey, Patricia. Forrest, play what? The song you just told us about.
Do you know
Hey,
the
Donna.
journey, if you will,
Hey, Daphne.
of those two items
Hey, honey.
before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence?
Generally wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of
What goes on in
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt?
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'd
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please. So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay?
Sorry for the noise, guys. But why, thank you first for the super chat. Why on earth is Hank's first question back him trying to explain away the damn Solo cups? I don't care. Hold up. Key said neither Steele or Westmoreland is doing the cross. Oh, God. All right. I don't know why he's trying to explain it away. I would rather he treat those solo cups like he treated Proctor, acting like they don't even exist. Let's go with something else. Why are you trying to act like these people could not have gone to that police station and got evidence, proper tools to collect evidence? Okay, well, this is still a woman. So their strategy we all thought they were going to do, they are doing. He
The
bothered me.
coloring in those cups, do you
Okay.
know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Oh, well, it came back. Okay. I think it was Lauren crying. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? No problem. Let me switch to Court TV because Lauren Crime be having these little issues. Now I'm switching to Court TV.
Some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit?
This happens when y'all don't like the live. I think it's
Does
Lauren.
water
Okay, I'm about to
ever
she's
act
my
as an
oatmeal.
adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125. Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
Now, what the hell is Hank doing right now? What is
I wanna show you
Hank
some
doing?
photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Not you trying to come.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. '57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were
Yeah,
pulled
right.
from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
Baby, she is not helping Hank at all.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Lisson?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Girl, she like, damn, look at her. She said, oh, God. Lord.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gill, oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor,
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Leslie asked me the
Okay.
question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Y'all, what? First of all, what the hell did she just say, guys? What is she trying to correct? Did she go home and watch her testimony? What the hell is going? Miss Hartnett went home and watched her testimony. and she said that, hey, hold up, I said something wrong. Hold up, y'all. Did she ask that if she could correct something, y'all? I hate to do this. Y'all know I don't like going back.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you? Partner, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Baby, if she don't get her ass off that stand. What? But you know what, T? T said she was sitting in that shower last night and thinking about that hard. Let me tell you. Don't sit on this live and act
All right,
like I don't
so
know.
Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank
you.
you, though.
Whatever you said wrong is wrong, baby girl. Oh, this would mess my OCD up. When I tell you it would piss me off so bad.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bell.
Oh, this is the Emmy, guys. This is the Emmy, y'all. Jasmine, this will piss me off so bad, y'all. You ever had something to say and they just won't let you get? Oh my God, I have to write a million emails to myself. I have to get it out. The Emmy's coming. Now this is the Emmy. This is the Emmy, guys. Now, if he's calling the Emmy, do y'all think Hank almost done with his case in chief? Jasmine, I'd be sick. And Brianna, I walk right on those steps and tell any press that like to know what I needed to say. Come on. I'd be right on the front of those steps. Y'all, Yates, the young lady talking about she wanted to correct her testimony from yesterday. She walked in there like, and as soon as I get the opportunity, I'm gonna have to
Why don't I see
clear this
counsel
up.
at sidebar, please?
Y'all. Millie, this is what's crazy. We're at day 16. If I'm on the jury, I still don't know why or how she hit him with the car. Taylor, I'm on them front steps doing this. I don't care if it's a reporter from the Chattahoochee River newspaper. I have to be heard. Y'all, baby, come over here. I don't care if you got a blog. Baby, he can see somebody out there live. She gonna see somebody out there live streaming on Facebook. Get over here. You got 20 people, no problem. This is what I wanted to say, but the judge wouldn't let me say it. Yesterday I spoke about, baby, she gonna cut up. Do you hear me? Key, good morning, America. Walking straight up the turtle. Don't be surprised if you don't see her on Turtle Boy Live tonight. Don't be surprised. There, I don't know what she was trying to change. I don't know what she was trying to change, but I bet she went home and watched herself. And she said, oh shit, that was wrong. Oh, baby, She said she could come to Wind Down Fridays. Yes, we need to get her. I'm going to tell her, you come over here and tell me what you had to say. Baby, we want to know. We are not Bev. They dismissed you, girl. What was it? What was the confusion? Let's clear it up. No, the ME, he got to be towards the end, y'all. I wonder if her hair gonna look a little flatter today. Because y'all remember her hair was real big and combed over. You know how when somebody going natural? Same here. Same here. Same here, baby.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical
Girl, y'all
school?
leaving my
I completed medical school
like her.
in New York City at
Yep.
the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes,
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
after my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologists and cardiac pathologists in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can
Oh,
you
girl.
explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances
I love her though.
in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy
Yes,
of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our
She did,
records. I
Kate.
don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us, how's that done? Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She did, T-Friend. I liked her a lot. Hey, Zakia.
Matt?
Yes.
Yesterday was a bombshell day. In this trial,
Generally recognize what these documents are.
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy,
And did you just very basically describe each one of them?
some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the
We
details
got
you find
it, okay.
important in your report.
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
I don't think you missed anything, Zakia, honestly. I can't think of anything that was just so earth-shattering that came out through yesterday's testimony. It was kind of boring because we had two new officers,
Time
but
I
they were
would
really
move
photographers.
for identification, all photos of John O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay.
JJ for ID.
Further, at this time, I'd move for identification, all OCIE office medical examiner photos.
KK for ID.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
May I just have an understanding of the
Somebody just posted that she was a fairy is about streetwalkers, and now I am
With
just
the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And
Yes.
if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. Did you notice on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor. If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it from that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, this is the evidence I asked.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your honor, move this in down.
No objection, Your Honor.
Baby, unless he has been working, this is his area.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please?
I don't know what Yuri
If we
was
could
talking
move
about.
down a bit to the chest and stomach area. Did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes.
That's what it sounds
On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Maybe a second pointer?
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please.
Did y'all hear broken nose?
Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
Lisa, we must have missed it last go round.
Hey, approach, Your Honor.
Oh, they're saying, okay, are you guys saying that she said it or she's going to say it? Because I don't remember broken nose. I didn't know for us.
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how it's done.
Yes.
This is evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
Oh, okay. I got
With
you.
the court's permission, I'd show
Thank you
P647
for
to the jury.
clarifying. So, Jaleesa, no broken nose. They're saying, hey, something had to happen to his nose. The blood on his shirt, the injuries to
And
his
could you
nose.
explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Thank you,
Yes.
Betsy.
There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
Thank you, Brent.
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or
Well,
the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Did he
Are there
not
any
prep
such
her?
notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Yeah, did he not prep her or something?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
So why do y'all want us to think a car did all of this? The ME won't even say what's going on. And she work in the office with the taillight
You
piece.
mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how?
I do that too sometimes, low.
Yes.
All right, we'll get to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Tracy, and I love her for that. I love her for that. I'll
The
take
court's
my
permission, I'd
office.
like to show the jury
damn
9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right
Just
and the left,
hit it, right?
close to the sternum.
Yeah, I know that was from CPR.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Okay, well, at least he brought it out.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Ryan, move this.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 106.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please.
Yeah, see Hank doing all of this. He gonna save that undetermined for the end.
After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
the internal examination. After the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain. And I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes? Okay.
Would all rise for the jury?
All right, guys. So a lot of us know what the ME is going to testify to. I love that she is sticking to what she said. Okay. She said, my work speaks for itself. I did not come up with the manner. Is it the manner of death that she couldn't come up with? I think that you didn't really miss anything, Ash. Not in my opinion. We seen the Emmy. You know what the Emmy is going to testify to. I just asked, like, okay, is he about to be done? Because the Emmy's up here now. So flipping, y'all know it is break time. We're flipping over to Diddy. I will say, guys, from what I'm seeing right now, it looks like their strategy is to read text. They're going to read text between her and him. And I think someone on here said it. The goal, hey, Mickey, the goal is to show that she was just as involved as he was, that she wanted this. They are just a couple. These two are just a couple who were doing some freaky things. Now, my thing is, if that was the case, why would he settle that case with her? Why not take it to trial? Okay. Which I do know from a PR standpoint, it would have been bad. So, okay, let's see. Hold on, guys. Oh, okay. I didn't even see all these messages, y'all. A lot happened. Before the cross-examination starts, Cassie's lawyer says, I have a right to be a part of the meet and confer about which evidence she can be questioned about. She is the only victim witness that has a standing under Rule 412. Remember, we read about Rule 412. Rule 412. We read about that yesterday. The judge, we have to move forward. Judge says other issues. The AUSA says, as we noted in our email in the court early this morning, and then they put a note to it. They said the judicial documents are not being put in the public docket, so we don't know what she's referring to. The judge says we may get a sign from Estevao. That's the defense. That's on Diddy's defense, who will cross Cassie, and it's not an issue. So the defense last night dumped 400. God damn. Are we in YSL? The defense dumped 400 exhibits on us. God damn. This cannot continue throughout the course of the trial. The judge asked the defense, like, what's up with that? The lawyer says, we have been working tirelessly in response to Cassie's testimony. Oh, so as she was testifying, guys, they were probably trying to piece together pieces of information they can use to impeach her, make her look a certain way while she was on there. They do, Key. Okay. There are 24 exhibits. This is the AUSA that the government has objections to. They are listed in the chart. The judge says just the ones in the chart. Again, we don't know what documents they're looking at. Not the case in many other SDNA trials. They're saying that this is not normal. Okay. The judge says go ahead and bring the jury in. I'm just going to say Diddy's lawyer, okay? Because I don't want to mess this lady's name up. They said, oh, first question, guys. Miss Ventura, you love Mr. Combs, right? Cassie said, I did. Diddy's lawyer, for 11 years, you took care of him. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Cassie says, in some ways. Lawyer, you call him larger than life. Cassie says, I did. Thank you, Key. Anna. All right. Diddy's lawyer, Anna. That's Diddy's lawyer. We're going to call her Anna. Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right? Cassie, yes. You knew a version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right? Cassie says, no. Couldn't see, right? Objection from the state. The judge overruled. Cassie, anyways, Anna, you kept coming back to him for 11 years. Cassie says, I wouldn't say coming back. Anna, you believe he loved you too. Cassie says, I did believe he loved me too. Anna, so when he cheated on you, it hurt? Cassie said, not every time. Anna, she brings up this defense exhibit. AUSA, objection, not in evidence. Anna says, Miss Ventura, read this to yourself. Why did you send this message? Why did you send this message? Cassie says, to let him know I was going to dinner. Anna, what was going on when these messages were sent? Cassie, I'm not sure. Anna, what was going on in your relationship then? Cassie says, it was early. We were loving. Anna says, I offer it. AUSA, objection, being offered for the truth. Overruled. Anna says, please read. Cassie says, I wrote, I love you. Smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you. Cass. Anna says, this 2009 email. AUSA, objection, hearsay. The judge. Anna, ask more questions, okay? Hold on, y'all. Anna, from BlackBerry, what is BG? Baby girl. Baby girl, okay? Anna, what did you write? Cassie, you hungry, pop, pop? Now, that's how y'all know she wasn't right. Y'all know she wasn't right in the mind. She called her grandfather Pop Pop. The man had his girlfriend calling him Pop Pop. Let me tell you something. It ain't a man out here I'm a dating you gonna have me around here calling you Pop Pop. Why the hell he got that girl calling him Pop Pop? Okay. Anna and Mr. Combs wrote to you, we are so in love. We don't do anything else. How long had you been seeing each other? Cassie, like 2.5 years. Anna, please read this. 1364. Cassie, I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rushed me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention. Anna, you wanted your special time with Mr. Combs. Cass, yes. Anna, you testified that you told him, I love you so much. You make me a better woman. Cassie, I definitely wrote those messages. Anna, you wrote, I can't wait until I have a baby. We have a baby of our own. You knew that he had 6 children at this time, right? Cassie, yes. Anna, so now these messages about freak offs. When you say, you know it doesn't matter to me, you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine. Cassie, that's what it says. Anna, Mr. Combs says, maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it? Oh, y'all don't want me to read it like this? Okay. She says, yes. Anna, this was an explicit message from you about an anticipated upcoming freak off. Objection by the state. And then they took a break. Hold on. Okay. They're back. The judge. Look, Anna, go ahead and proceed. Anna, Miss Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right? Cassie, yes. Anna, this is 2 days after the planning of a freak off, right? Do y'all hear that shit? That she had to plan for the freak offs. 2 days of 2 days of planning. Okay. Anna, he said, I want to see, and then they cut it off. How did you reply? Cassie, I can't wait either. Anna, you wrote, I feel like, I think I can cuss on here, so I'm going to read it like it says, okay? If we don't get ad money, it's okay. She said, I feel like I want to fuck. Right? Cassie, that's what it says. Anna, Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny I can't concentrate. What did you say? Cassie, that I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and set up the room. Y'all, do y'all see? They had to set the scene for these freak offs. Okay? It wasn't just pulling up to a room. That lady said she gonna go get the candles. Hey, Kat, she is going to go get the candles, okay? Anna said, did you understand that he was going to take another video of you? AUSA, objection, speculation. The judge. Anna, move on. Anna, you asked, any pills on you? Cassie, yes. Hold on, y'all. Let's see if we got some more. Y'all, this is crazy. Okay, y'all. Anna, what pills were you taking then? Cassie says opiates. Anna says you deleted videos on your devices, right? Cassie says yes. Anna says, what did you write? Cassie, that I need to feel this. This is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me. What? Okay. Anna, were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way? Cassie, that was a concern. Anna, you still were not public in your relationship with him. Remember, guys, this is at this point, it seems like he started about a year into their relationship with all of these freak offs, hitting her, all of these type of things. So at the time, she thought she was in love with this man and he was in love with her too. So she's doing these things to please him. And then she started thinking, well, one day this man is going to be my husband. And so then it became a concern that, wait a minute, I don't think he sees me in that way. I think this man may just be using me to do these freak offs. Okay, that's what the AUSA is getting at. And they said, so because their relationship at this time, guys, was not public. Okay. And they said, were the freak offs important? Ooh. Y'all, Cassie said they were integral to them. That's the last update from 3 minutes ago. Wait a minute. Thank you, Davia. I thought it was a person. She said it's a pharmacy. Thank you, Davia. Okay, y'all, that's 3 minutes. That's the last update. Oh, no, we got another one 47 seconds ago. Anna, who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas? Cassie. Britney Spears, Dallas Austin. Anna, How did you get them there? Cassie, they came for Sean. Anna, you were very beautiful and charming. What? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's read this one. Let's read this one right here. Listen to this exchange, y'all. How did you get them there? Cassie says they came for Sean. Anna says, you're very beautiful and charming. Cassie said, thank you. Anna said, it's true. Y'all see what? Look. Key, how do you just bust out? You're very beautiful and charming. Like she didn't ask a question. Would you consider yourself to be very beautiful and charming? She made a statement. She said, she probably was up there like, you're very beautiful and charming. Cassie said, thank you. Lord Jesus. Now, Anna, why would she do that? Why would Anna do that? Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. This lady said the freak offs were essential, the foundation of their relationship. Oh God. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to see if they've updated some more. Somebody, y'all, they in the comments about that lawyer being weird as fuck. Look what somebody put in there. They said that's the lawyer. They said that lawyer tried to get a piece after the trial, child. Because why was she? Oh God. Somebody talking about, oh, this is getting freaky. I'm sure the lawyer is definitely trying to put, it just sounds like a weird exchange. I'm sure she's just trying to point that out to the jury, right? She's trying to say, like, this is a very beautiful woman. She's charming. She didn't have to go through this, right? She could have had any man she wanted. She was not stuck with this man. Look, it kind of came off like Anna want to do one. It kind of came off like that. Let's see if we got some more updates here. Hold on. All right. Anna, who is this? Tommy Mottola? Cassie, a well-known producer. Y'all asked if some names was going to come out. Diddy might take all y'all down to save himself. He done named the man. Okay. Anna, you were an up-and-coming star. Cassie, I guess you could say that. Anna, after you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic? Cassie says yes. Diddy might take all y'all down. He may take all y'all down to save himself. Now, if he start naming people this lady slept with in the industry, I'm gonna be done. Because why they bring up this producer? Maybe they're gonna show, they say they have 400 exhibits. Are they gonna show her in different events with different celebrities? Not to say she slept with them, but to insinuate she could have. Ashley, yes. But here's the thing, guys. Are we going to get stories with them, or is he going to just kind of throw something out there and see what happens with it? That could be it too, Kat. Probably to show he was able to move around without him. Kat, I gotta go catch up. I've been doing Karen Reed. I need to see what the hell is going on with Jay-Z, because I'm like, oh, this is messy. Looking at the updates with Jay-Z, I said, okay, What in the hell is going on here? Because is he essentially just trying to clear his name? Or hold Tony, or is you think he's just holding Tony responsible for this like lawsuit? It was reckless and what he did. You think that's what he's doing? The Puffwood, they're purposely. Oh, I think I remember seeing that T. I can't wait, y'all. That's gonna be interesting. I've been looking at what the stuff that you posting, but I really needed to sit down. I don't even know the origin of it. Well, enough details about it. Let me say that. Now that was crazy, Aaron. When I saw that, I said, "Now this is insane. That's insane." Hold on, y'all. Let me see if we got something else because Bev's still on a break. Okay, here we go. Anna, you had a rough performance. No, he messy as hell. Y'all know what performance did he talking about? Listen, Anna said you had a rough performance. Cassie says 106 in Park. It did not go well for me. No, the hell it didn't. How did you help? How did he help you after that? He did a YouTube video, he said. Everybody makes mistakes. Anna said, what was wrong? Cassie said, I couldn't hear myself. Anna says, you were dating Mr. Leslie. Uh-oh, here we go, y'all. How much older was he? Cassie said 10 years. Here we go. Anna, then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs. Cassie said, that's true. When I say I can't wait to get off and talk about this, Cassie, what are they showing, guys? A pattern of behavior. Don't think Mr. Combs was the first older man she'd ever dated. Ryan Leslie. Ryan at home, like, how the I get in it? It's a pattern they're trying to show. She prefers older men. Or was she young and impressionable and the younger men preyed on her? Jaleesa, does she like older men or is she easily manipulated? Because I can guarantee Ryan Leslie, if you go back, I bet Ryan Leslie met her through hopes of her becoming an artist. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Thank you, Key. Anna, you had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right? Cassie says yes. How many tattoos did you have then? Objection, relevance. The judge said overruled. But let's keep it moving. Cassie says 3. Anna, the one on your arm, she said no regrets. Mickey, was your mama at home telling you to be with these old ass men? What I tell y'all today? I told y'all today that the defense, and after hearing the 400 exhibits, they finna walk through her whole damn dating life. They about to walk through her whole damn dating life. They are about to do the best they can to prove that this was normal behavior for her. I think what it sounds like to me, this girl was young, trying to make it through the industry. And Ryan Leslie, what the hell your old ass want with her? Because if you were 27, if you were 27, 28 and she was 18, what did you want with that little girl? So it's going to be interesting to see when the defense comes back up, how they clear it up, what's going to happen. But listen. Oh, the tattoo says no regrets. Okay, thank you. The one on your arm says no regrets. Okay, thank you, Key. Well, it's Lizard. It sounds like at times maybe they would break up, or maybe they were kind of open, especially in the earlier years when he was still openly with Kim. Remember, she was being hidden. He said it's in white writing. And Black Sheep, look, now Ryan Leslie got to step to the front. Y'all, Chris Brown looks sad as hell on that mugshot. Was he crying on the way to court? Oh, Jesus. He done smashed a tequila bottle over a music producer's head. Lord Jesus. I bet Ryan at home like, God damn. Do y'all know what their age? I know we hear it was 10 years, but do you know how old was she? 17? Oh yeah, Nikki, I saw that. Hold up. Okay, we got another one. Lord, I hate when okay, he hadn't uploaded anything. She was 18 and he was 28. Carter's mom, I'm just done. She said the tour started in 6 weeks. He probably about to get right out of jail, girl. He about to get right out of jail, and I'm gonna be right in that. I'm gonna be right at what is it at, y'all? It's at the baseball field, I think. I'm gonna be right on over there. It's about 10 minutes from my house. I'm gonna be right on over there. It's just the beginning, Lacey. And they project this trial to be about 10 weeks, I heard. So I just can't imagine if he has 400 exhibits for Cassie. Hold on, y'all. 400 exhibits is crazy. Okay. Anna says, Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex. Cassie says, he did. Anna said, look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it? Cassie says, you can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007. She said, Anna said, you wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. Y'all, why the first comment after that tweet? Somebody tweeted, how did he teach her? Did he suck as well? Oh my God. Now, I have not been looking at the replies because I'm reading it, then we on stream. Girl, why would that lady say that? Why would that lady say that? I think that's a man. Oh my God, how did he teach her? Did he suck it as well? Why would that be the first thing you're thinking? What are you thinking he did? What are you thinking he did? First of all, I'm just going to point this out. I hope there's like a psychiatrist that's going to come and testify, because what we always have to remember is this is a young, impressionable girl who literally thought this man was in love with her whole time. He's using her for sex parties. I feel safe. What'd he do? He probably had security take her back to her room. She talking about I feel safe. Oh, wait a minute. This one time, Bev, thank you for your overextended break. What I love about Cassie on that stand is she up there, she's saying, you can read it. It's making me laugh, actually. She's not running from the fact she was with that man, not running from the fact I loved him at one point. This is what was going on.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Okay, well, damn. Here we go. Let me see. All right. Anna says, you wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. X, Cass. Why is Cassie up there laughing like this shit is a joke? They said Cassie laughed. Anna said, what were you trying to convey? Cassie, it's like a journal entry. Y'all, what? Wait a minute, y'all. It's like a journal entry. Do y'all think that he had access to her emails? Or was she, let me see. Did he have access to her emails? What was going on? Key, clearly she up there thinking it's a, I don't know if she thinks it's a game or if she is really up there going down memory lane. Yes, like Dear Diary, but was she talking to him? Did he have her email? Did he have access to her iCloud at some point? What? Where is this stuff coming from? Oh, Key said it's a text message. Okay. And is Carrie her friend, Key? Yeah. Shalon. You know, they say, you know how like serial killers, they always like to see the crime scene photos. It's like it arouses them. I wonder what it's like for him to be in court hearing and reliving the freak offs with her up there on the stand. I wonder what his mental is like right now. Bia says she's laughing to keep from crying. Okay. They said, Anna said, you discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Collins was attracted to her? Cassie says, there was a point in the very beginning. Anna says, did that complication carry on in your relationship? Cassie says, not really. Carrie was just always with us. Poor Carrie. I wonder if Carrie's going to testify. Like, I wonder if D-Rock is going to testify. Shalon said, I think she's enjoying it. You think so, Shalon? Like maybe talking or the whole process of it? Because there are times where she was really broken down on the stand. Yeah, I think people forget that they have this long indictment that is not just Cassie. People are forgetting that. Miss Key, I'm wondering, and I really feel like Diddy has, sat back there and he's probably told them everything about this woman. Everything about this woman, and we're going to hear it today. She's probably going to be up there. Today's Thursday. I predicted till maybe Tuesday. She'll be up there on the stand. She will probably be one of the witnesses she'll probably be the witness who is on that stand the longest. Could be too pretty. Well, they started with her because she's pregnant. Yeah, she's about to have her baby. So they had to go ahead and I think they say she's 8.5 months pregnant. So she could be having that baby soon. Nurse K, but I don't think anybody's really checking for her music like that. Y'all, that 106 in Park, I've got to post that on my Insta story. Baby, it was terrible. It was so bad. And when I look at that performance, it makes like, I love an artist who sounds like themselves, like live. She did not sound like herself. It made you feel like it was a lot of auto-tune, something going on in that studio. I remember that one just like I remember when y'all remember when Michelle fell and Beyonce and Kelly kept going like that girl didn't fall. Baby, the show must go on. You think so, Nikki? It was bad, Key. When I tell you, I think someone did a countdown of like the worst performances on 106 in Park. She is always number one. Yeah, Corona, when Michelle fell and Beyonce them act like they didn't see that lady fall. I get it because I used to be a cheerleader. I was a dancer in high school. I was on the dance team. So you just got to keep going. You have to keep going. You have to keep going, baby. And hell, I done left some of my friends down on that ground. You got to keep going. They'll get up and figure it out. The show does not stop. And baby Beyonce, they looked down and kept it pushing. I wonder if I'm gonna have to show it on TikTok or something later because I don't want them to I'm already on here cursing. Next it'll be a copyright strike. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay, y'all, they get into the freak offs now. Anna said, I'd like to start asking about the freak offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Cassie said yes. Anna said the general public did not know. AUSA said objection. Judge said rephrase that. No one knew until November 2023 in the public. She said yes. We'll pick back up at lunch.
Tori, have them available for witness.
I didn't know, baby. I didn't know what was going on with. I never thought that. Gary, I don't want the copyright strike. Cassie's not worth the copyright strike. I'll play it on TikTok later, though. Shay said, Michelle said she only fell one time. Beyonce fell several times, but everybody remembers her fall. I remember it. You know what? Goodbye, Key. Kendra, I don't think she's we'll be here at lunchtime, Kendra. I don't think she is saying that I wasn't there. She understand on it, in my opinion, she owning up to everything. She's not saying I wasn't there. I think what she is trying to convey is that at some point I did not want to be there and I could not leave the situation. I think that's but we're gonna see, Kendra. Because Cross is definitely looking like they about to whatever skeletons were in her closet. Oh, somebody done screwed all the sides of the door off. Took the handle off, baby, they're gonna fall out. They're going to fall out. They are about to fall out, Kendra. Baby, whatever. Shh. The man had 400 exhibits with just Cassie. Kendra, the skeletons gonna fill the house. Okay. She didn't cheat with Kid Cudi. I do think I think that it was kind of open. But you see what happened? Kid Cudi got his car blown up behind Cassie. So I don't know. That definitely ain't dating in peace. If you blowing up cars, I'm gonna start to get the message that maybe I can't date other people. Let me tell you, Vitra, he does not. And I noticed that when I was listening to Mona. I said, I didn't hear that part. The Washington Post. I'm gonna have to go there. Inner City Press had me feeling like I was missing. I knew I wasn't crazy. I'm like, I'm missing something. This not flowing right. I'm gonna go there too. Yeah, do you think there will be more celebrities as witnesses? I don't know about witnesses. Would they be called out? Yeah. Key, I'm not playing with you, the Washington Post. But yeah, y'all. But Kendra, baby, we're gonna see it today. They about to they about to lay it out. Yeah, Ashley. I get that too. Oh wow, Ron Leslie wrote "Me and You" her only hit. Oh, he wrote that song too. Somebody said I know Jay-Z clenching his Cuban links. By Nicole. I hope Jay-Z ain't nowhere in this. Okay, the Washington Post. Thank you. Eric, did you tell me to follow them on X? Is that what you were saying? Oh yes, y'all. Because I like Inner City Press, but I was missing something. You know, Tia Kemp said, all you men that was out there sweating and all that white, she said, where y'all at? Y'all real quiet. Step to the front. Now, Miss Sheila, I'm going to tell y'all right now, if I am on this live and I hear that TD Jakes was in a bandana and a cowboy hat at one of them freak offs, I'm going to have to end the stream. I'm going to have to end the stream and I got to go talk to my mama. We're going to have to talk in prayer or something. Missy, I think I saw that post. I think I saw it. Well, I saw the page. Let me go find it.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
Yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Thank you very much.
He was he had been drinking a lot too.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
Sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
in vitreous humor.
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate.
Did you do that?
So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
Oh,
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
still undetermined.
Doctor,
Come on now,
document,
girl.
do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what is it?
this is the final or amended death certificate for
Yep.
Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document is accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days pass, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That was fast. Well, maybe it should be 2 hours, y'all. Yes, Miss Sheila. She could be her mom or something. Ashley, now you know I ain't seen you. I'm gonna see if Mariah wanna go with me because I'm going. Hold up.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medico legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could, please move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes,
You talked about accident.
correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training. And forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No,
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one.
She said, you can tell, look, they kind of having a good time. I just like how he breaks it down for us to understand.
This is the next exhibit. There's no objections, Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 100.
Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna move the captions up for you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Squirty-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
don't-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank you.
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor.
I love that.
Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes,
And-
approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there has to be a pretty good reason why you want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform. Is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed. Having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Said, I
Do you
did.
know that? I do.
I love it.
Yes, she is board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should
That's
be
what-
involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So, with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see.
I think a lot of you are saying that the next witness is the neurologist, and maybe Alessi is asking these questions because are they not going to call Dr. Stonewall? It kind of sounds like that. Maybe they're not going to call her this time around and go with the neurologist. Do you guys think that's what's going on? Because now I'm feeling like that. It's almost like they're doing what they did with Yuri. Remember trying to get things that Proctor did, Proctor said, in through Yuri because it is, you're thinking they're not going to call Proctor. Are they not calling her? Road Dog, so far I feel like it looked the same as the last time. They hadn't even told us how she hit the man. And we're 16 days in. Oh, they won't call her. Hey, Lynetta, sorry. Okay, they probably aren't. I really liked her. She was really smart. Remember, she talked about all those fractures in his brain? Oh, God. Well, what the hell is Hank doing, y'all? Watching the last trial and then watching this one, I am even more convinced they don't care about justice for John O'Keefe. All of these people are telling you that he did not get hit by a car, and you just still want to just hang your head on it. Raw Dog, I think in 1.0, I don't know how many days, but I felt the same. I'm like, okay, she couldn't have hit this man. The investigation was terrible. The ME look undetermined cause, manner of death. They don't know how he died for real. I mean, how can you say that he was hit by a 6,000-pound car? No broken bones or fractures underneath him other than the ones from CPR. So I don't know. She's a defense witness this time, Kiss? Kiss saying she's a defense witness this time. I don't know why you won't call her. I think now these doctors know what's up. Probably so, Ashley. Made me believe they beat his ass purple. Brad, her testimony, what did it for me was the fact that, one, there's no way this man could have been hit by a car. I'm not going to say no way. I don't see him being hit by a car. She said that there were so many fractures. There were hundreds of fractures in his skull. Like, that was just, I was like, I would love to hear her explain that again. I would love to hear her explain that again. How did he get so many fractures in his brain? If we listen to ARCA 2 and we see that he was not hit by a car. Yes, Krona, it did. If he was struck, I'm sure we'll be able. Exactly, Brad. That's how I feel about it as well. She would have said it if everything lined up. She would have said his injuries did not present as someone who was hit by a car. Princess, but it shouldn't be their theory. We should be concerned about justice. That's what people.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordy Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase
Hypothermic
hypothermic changes.
change.
Did I hear that
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down.
She saw changes.
So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, you said phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on direct as a secondary cause of being of death of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
They said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this, we can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
Bev on that BS again,
What-
y'all.
If any, alternative diagnoses did you
think I was working on
apply
laptop.
to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner.
She didn't answer the question.
The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur.
This is a good answer, though.
I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine
Problem.
if I have enough to
Here's the problem.
make a determination on the manner.
She can only
Did
go by what they
anyone
give her.
provide to you any alternatives as to
Very carefully.
the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location
Agreed.
of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications
And
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think so?
You can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Leslie.
Yeah, Bev, what is up with Bev?
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here why don't you come over this side?
Now, isn't he about to show a picture that's already in evidence? What's going on here? Oh, John's mom is not in court today. Paul over there. I don't know what's going on with Bab today. I don't know what's up with her. Something is definitely up with Bev today. Forrest, I think that you've got to, when it comes to his injuries, and I think I saw D10, I don't know if you're still on here. D10 said this makes the defense look desperate. I'm like, no. Explain this to me. Help me understand. If the defense's whole theory is that he was not hit by a car and that his injuries were sustained some way else, help me understand that. Help me understand it. It's not enough to say, oh, he wasn't hit by a car. Part of their job is to poke holes in the state's theory. And part of poking holes in the state's theory is for them to show how else could he have sustained these injuries. What would have happened? They're asking a question. Was he immediately incapacitated once the head injury, he sustained a head injury? She's going to say, yes, shortly after, right? Yes, shortly after. Then what does that mean? That means when people didn't see him on the lawn, if you're thinking that far, when people did not see him on the lawn, he could not have walked. Yes, it was the doctor with the tattoos, Jasmine. He could not have walked. If he was not there when all of those people left, if he was not there when Lucky was there, he could not have walked, crawled. He could not have moved. Oh! He could not have moved from the street to that flagpole. Even if you want to say Karen hit him. I'm saying from the street to the flagpole because I don't see a way where Karen hits him and he flies all the way over there, right? At no point was this man, did he have the ability to move? And then he didn't get the head injury on the lawn. In the drinks incident, we watched, yes. The ME said it several times. Key, what did the ME say in that case? The ME said that once he got the shot to the neck, there is no way he could have moved his car. So that means the first shot had to have been the one to his hand because we saw the brake lights move. Like it's a lot of stuff, but I think the same thing is here. Not enough force to sideswipe. I think the same thing is here, what they're trying to prove. I think you have to get into, you got to tussle with these MEs. You got to get this information out there. If we are going to believe he went into that house, if let's just say, for the sake of this argument, we do believe those 86 steps was John going into their home. He went up and down some stairs. People say the basement. Okay. If we're going to believe that, guys, then we also have to believe what the ME is saying. That hit to the head would have incapacitated him. There's no way he could have walked out to that lawn. Key, she was terrible doing that closing. You would have, Zakia said, you would have heard the car screeches. No way anyone inside the house didn't hear him get hit by a car. Look at what Lizard is saying. Hank's theory is that after he was hit, he opened his phone using Face ID, read Jen's text, then closed the phone, then fell. That's why Alessia is asking those questions.
I can't do that.
Babe, I'm sorry, Siri. Hank's theory is crazy if that's the theory. Because if he's incapacitated immediately, there's no way he's doing anything. Thank you for that, Lizard. No way he's doing anything.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Forrest.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is
Sorry,
on the
Nikki.
photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
to show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough.
Yes, Catherine.
Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
Oh.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted.
I think he wants.
There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's
I don't think that's what he's asking.
on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
That's not what he's asking.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes,
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
yes,
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes,
Could be a gunshot.
correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
Me too.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is doubtful.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question.
Mhm.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And
We're gonna go
it'll
ahead
take more
and
than
lunch.
10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, jurors. Oh, the lunch is over. We'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Rise to the jury.
All right. Okay, y'all. So let's see this first. A lot of you guys are saying that you guys don't think the defense is doing a great job. Why before Diddy time, because I got them pulled up. Why don't y'all think that the defense is doing a good job? Why don't y'all think they're doing a good job? Now I do feel like, in my opinion, I do think he's asking. Oh, look, Pretty said from promotions, graduations, new jobs, the bundles of joy. Mel, you definitely do have the best chat. The millionaires rock. Thank you, Pretty. And I agree. Best chat. And I just love how you guys support each other. how we support each other as a community over here. I love that. I feel like he's going into so much detail when he could have just really hung his hat on some of her findings and the fact that the death was ruled undetermined. So I think she couldn't give you a firm answer about falling back. She did say if John was to fall back, the wound would look like it does, but she couldn't say if he were to fall back on the hard ground, if it would differ. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, like, so Destin agreed. And I don't know where he's going with all of this because he's talking about the wounds. The last time we went down this route, I just didn't feel like it was this detailed. So there's that. So I wanted to see how you guys feel about that. So I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna find transcripts. So I will tell you guys that it looks like the state is telling the defense, if you think you're going to have this woman on this stand for more than another day, then you've got a problem. The state is saying, listen, before we started this case, we told you she could only be here for a week. They're saying, listen, we only did direct for a day and a half. They're asking the judge to hold, hey Aisha, they're asking the judge to hold the defense to a day and a half. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. So that's what's going on now. I think, let me flip from Diddy for just a second and just say, I do agree with you guys. I think, I feel like the state is doing the same thing this case that they did last case, trying to prove the defense wrong instead of trying to prove Karen actually committed a crime. So that's that. So, well, Raw Dog, the woman is 8.5 months pregnant, and this is something that was stipulated before court started. Now, I will tell you that, remember earlier, I was like, why is she doing all that damn laughing? I'm not the only one who feels like that. I see people saying that too, like, what is she laughing about? And you guys will see she has a few more laughs coming up. So, hold on. It's only about an hour worth of text, too, and I really want to try. Hold on, y'all. The Washington Post seems to have multiple people in there, so there's that. Well, no, but Erica, they agreed to this, not about crippling his defense. If the attorneys had a problem with it, then they should have said that when they agreed that, hey, try to have her done by the end of the week. They agreed to it. I could see if this was out the blue, but they agreed, hey, we're going to try to have her off of the stand by this day. So we're going to see. Hold up. Okay, we talked about her and Ryan. We talked about the bed, 106 in Park thing. We talked about Ryan Leslie. We talked about tattoo. I know we talked about the oral sex and her saying she felt protected. We talked about Karen. Talked about her thinking Karen, he was attracted to Karen. Okay. Yes, Eric, I'm about to read the rest of the testimony. Well, Dan, I think they're trying to get some sort of explanation for where the wound came from other than being hit on hard ground, because no one believes that. So just, asking her questions like, hey, you've seen several knife wounds, right? Wouldn't you know what this wound was? They're trying to get that type of information. I sure can. Okay, y'all. So this is where we stopped. Anna, I like to start asking you about the freak offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Cassie, yes. Anna, the general public didn't know. Objection from the AUSA. The judge, rephrase. Anna, no one knew until November 2023 in the public. Yes. Anna, fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit. Cassie, I could understand that. Anna, let's read the messages Mr. Combs wrote. When are you on your period? Cassie, not now. Anna, what you be thinking about when you horny? Anna, Miss Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them. Cassie, thank you. Anna, the O has lots of O's after them, right? Cassie, yes. Anna, after a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs. I just want to know. I didn't know the vagina could take all of this work. Y'all, they said these freak offs would be sometimes 10 hours long, and then after the freak off, she'd go sleep with Diddy. Okay, she said yes. Anna, your period. Mr. Combs is asking you when you're on it. Cassie says yes. Anna, he's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex. Cassie says, looks like it. Anna, sometimes you watched him with a female. Cassie, 2 or 3 times. Anna, did you talk with Mr. Combs about the swingers lifestyle? Ebony, it's too much, baby. Cassie, that's not something, that's what I guess she's trying to say. No one talks about that. Anna, were you keeping freak off secret from your friends? Cassie, yes. Anna, his assistants help him? Cassie, with everything. Anna, you will remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort. Cassie, not necessarily. I was high. Anna, so you don't remember much. Cassie, I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship. Anna, this is from July 2012. You say, Mr. Combs. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? Oh, God. Cassie says, there's a lot of text here, said to be 25 pages. Where will the defense like me to start? Yes, we are, Mikhail. AUSA, I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document. The judge, how many pages? Anna says it's 8. AUSA says we don't have a copy for the witness. Hold on. Okay. Anna, you said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement. Y'all look at what she said, and called you queen. And called you queen. Cassie says yes, they have a sidebar. She comes back. What would trigger Mr. Combs's insistent calls to you? Cassie says anger, doubt about where I was. Anna says if he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you. Cassie says that was one of the reasons. Anna says because he thought objection. Judge sustained that objection. Okay. Anna, do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste? Cassie, I think he does. Anna, he's had an impact on fashion. Cassie says people like his style. Sean John. Anna, do you consult with him? Did you consult with him on your look? Cassie, sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Baby, calling her queen is very toxic, and I think that's so funny. That is so funny. Okay, he still ran all of his companies, even while having all of these freak offs. What are they trying to get to there? For her to say she had no time to do anything but freak offs. Well, he could be in the freak offs and he could still run all of his companies. Okay. Cassie says he did. Anna, what was he addicted to? Cassie says success, because she's on that stand laughing at certain points. Anna, what substances? Opiates? Cassie, yes, he told me and I saw it. Anna, did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates? What are they saying there? They're trying to blame his mood swings and his anger. They're setting that up. He's an addict. He is an addict and he was withdrawing from his medication when he was mean to her. Key, that's what it seems like. He was an addict. He wasn't that. Could be T, could be sarcastic. You could be right. How would you know? Did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawn from opiates? Cassie says he was more irritable, I would say. Were there other drugs Mr. Combs was addicted to? Objection, no foundation. Judge says I'll ask if I want the grounds. Judge sustained it and he said rephrase it. Anna says, what was his drug of choice? Cassie says ecstasy and MDMA. Anna says opiates daily. Cassie said when he was doing them. Anna says you saw him withdraw. Cassie says yes. They're breaking. Anna says the judge asks the defense, where are we on cross? Anna says we have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. Judge, yeah. I like the judge. The judge said non-responsive. Will you finish today? Let me read that exchange one more time. The judge says, where are we on cross? Diddy's lawyer said, we have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. The judge hollered out, non-responsive. Will you be finished with cross today? He said, you didn't answer my question. I didn't ask you all that. He said, I didn't ask you all of that. Where are we on cross? I don't know what that is, India, and I was going to ask, but I said they're going to call me green, so I said I'm not going to ask. I don't even know what MDMA is. Someone else speaks up and says to the end of tomorrow. They say we may not be able to finish tomorrow. This is Diddy's defense. It's math. Oh, they say it's Molly. I mean, I don't know if Molly is meth, but okay. The defense says we might not be able to finish tomorrow. This is the most important witness. The judge said 4 months. 4 months. We said this witness had to be off the stand by the end of the week. AUSA says our direct was a day and a half. Limit them. Judge, show Ms. Ventura the exhibits in advance. Maybe just ask her a question rather than these exhibits. We have a timing concern. The defense says they called 2 witnesses to start. That wasn't our choice. It's a critically important witness. Judge said, streamline some things. He said streamline some things, okay? They went on a break. Let me see if they back from the break. What kind of break we on? Okay, they're on a break right now, y'all. Let me go to Washington Post because as we've seen, sometimes our good friend don't have all the testimony. So I did pull up the Washington Post and we'll go from there. Child, I done left the Washington Post trying to look at the young boy tour dates. Okay, let's see what they're talking about over here. Now, Washington Post, it looks like they have multiple people kind of chiming in. They have 6 contributors on the Washington Post. So 6 versus 1, you get what I'm saying. Hold on. Oh, okay. Okay, y'all. Okay, okay. This is Shayna. Shout out to Shayna. Shayna Jacobs. She writes, when Cassie was beginning to date Sean Combs as a young R&B artist in the 2000s, she was also in a relationship with Ron Leslie. In 2007, and there's an email that was shown in court today where Cassie described herself as being sneaky for cheating on Leslie with Combs. The defense may be trying to show that Cassie was not sexually inexperienced when she began dating Combs, contrary to her previous testimony, as well as prosecutors' suggestion that Combs groomed her sexually from the time she was 19 years old. I'm reading it. Okay. So they said, hold up. They have paragraphs, y'all. So look, I'm trying to read through and make sure it's not something we already read. Okay. This is kind of interesting. She says, in a message to Sean Combs from 2 years into their relationship, Cassie suggested that having sex with male escorts and freak-offs felt right early in their relationship, but her feeling about them had changed. When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there was no question asked. It felt right. She wrote to him in 2009. She added, it literally made sense of the next step in our sex life together. So it seems like when she started, and I think some of you guys have said this, she started out as a willing participant, but at some point it changed. But that she was starting to feel like just an object of his fantasies. And freak-offs began to feel a little dirty and grimy as opposed to sensual and spontaneous. Bye, Mikhail. Are you guys hearing what she's saying? She said my hair, that coochie got tired. Ventura says she was dissatisfied that she and Combs were not a couple publicly. Remember, she met him in like 2006. So we're 3 years in at this point. We're 3 years in at this point. They were not a couple publicly. Lawyers for Combs have argued that she was a willing participant in their client's sexual exploits, but was sometimes deeply jealous over his unfaithfulness and unavailability. Okay. She said the idea that the freak-offs were consensual is central to Sean Combs' defense. And after mid-morning break, his defense lawyer, Anna, prompted Cassie to read a very explicit message she sent to him. In the messages, which were sent on BlackBerry devices, how the hell does he have information from a BlackBerry device? Right, Miss Sheila? She describes giving oral sex in graphic terms, with the expectation that this would be performed during a freak off. Well, she is an artist, she is a writer. She was probably really descriptive in said message. She was a sex worker right now. She said that's how she was making money, basically, pretty much. That's what it sounded like to me. She asked for a break after the defense attorney began presenting sexually explicit emails between her and Diddy. The jury was out for 10 minutes. I think she said it on the stand that initially when she started doing this, she thought she was doing this to please her man, right? This is what they do in these type of relationships. This is what happens. But as she expressed in the email, like, okay, it's starting to feel like this is not something that we do, but something you want me to do. I don't feel right. It feels grimy. It doesn't feel like when she first started. Could it be what could have changed? Mikhail, you having a baby? Already? You didn't waste no time. It's May. Oh, I agree. I agree with that, Shay. Well, Erica, I don't know. Maybe she was doing them Kegels. Wait, Mikhail. You really do have a baby on the way? Right, Kitty. The lady just got here. Already a baby? Mama Jackie ain't told us a word. But of course we gonna get you something for the baby. God damn, Mikhail didn't waste. Mikhail, it's May. I think when did the lady get here, Mikhail? In March? I agree, Gwen. I agree. There's no judgment on my end. I think it's always shocking to hear it. Because like, damn, this is Diddy and Cassie. It's shocking to hear it. But I will say, for people saying, oh, she's not a victim, she's literally said, listen, some of it I did want, but at a point, I stopped wanting it. I no longer wanted this to happen. Godly, I can't believe Mikhail has a baby on the way. That was fast. Okay. Goddamn, Mikhail, you work fast. What they say, that was faster than Mexican music. Well, Erica, Miss Mama Jackie says she's cool. She fits in with their crazy fam. I love that, Mama Jackie. I love that you love her. I love that. Baby, that man didn't play. He didn't play at all. Okay, I'm trying to see what else. So they say his mom was in court. They say she has become entangled in his legal troubles. She is named in multiple lawsuits that claim she helped conceal his alleged misconduct. God damn, Miss Janice. God damn, Miss Janice. We do finally have our first baby. No, we had a baby on live. Shanti had a baby on live. I mean, remember we were on live and she was in labor? Mikhail, I can't believe you have a baby. They say she was the handler, Paris. They said that Combs also figures prominently in Diddy, Making of the Band. That was a documentary. Dang, they after the man's mama too. Jesus. That's key. You got that right. So Anna has so far focused a lot of her cross-examination on the text and email messages, which I think we knew they were going to do. And this was early in their relationship, 2009, 2010. I wonder if they're going to get out of 2009, 2010 and show us more 13. They probably aren't going to focus on 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't know if they're going to go there, because from what we saw during her direct examination, that's when things started to change for her. Early on in the relationship, first 2 years, she was doing it thinking this is just something that they do. She enjoyed it. A little bit after the 3-year mark, it starts to be like, damn, this is all we do. What's going on? What's going on here? So we'll see if the defense gets past 2009, 2010. They say Cassie testified that he was sometimes unavailable in their relationship, especially when he was traveling. In April 2010 email, did we really email this damn much? I wasn't emailing people like this. Maybe it was Blackberries, because I think Blackberry you could text, or did the messages come like email? I had a Blackberry when I worked for the record exec. We all had Blackberries, but I can't remember how they function. When he was traveling in April 2010 email, she expressed hurt over the fact and was shown to the court. I haven't talked to you at all. I know you can take 3 minutes out of your day to talk to me, and you don't even try. Cassie wrote, adding to another point, you're in too much of a rush to get me off the phone. Defense attorneys intend that these exchanges to undercut prosecutors' contention that Combs obsessively controlled Ventura during the decades-long relationship. You didn't email at all. I'm like, why are they emailing so much? No, Mira. See, Mira, you going off on the chat, and we were talking about his mama. Mira said, y'all come up with a different word every day. Now it's handler. No, she was his woman that was down for whatever he was saying. Mira, not you done went off on us and your T-Ron. Girl, we talking about the mama. Baby, Mira, we were talking about the mama, Mira. Give us a little grace. Give us a little grace, Mira. Mira, give us a little grace, friend. They were talking about his mom in the chat when they said listen, I will say, baby, when I say there are people that are absolutely opposed to the fact that Cassie is a victim, Mira, you got to be one of them people. You got to be one of them people, Mira. I almost ducked because I thought you about to throw a shoe through the screen. Listen, baby, I thought Mira was about to throw a little shoe through the screen for a second. She said, I don't know why I'm so irritated with this Diddy shit. Maybe I need to go to therapy. I'm not irritated by it. Now, me and my homegirl, baby, I could call my homegirl, one of my homegirls. When I say she called me every day now after stuff has been said. And she's absolutely opposed to Cassie being called a victim. Which I think she contradicts herself, because she also says that Diddy has done everything they say he's done. You know, we went through the law. I'm like, okay, do you think he violated this law? Boom. She will say yes, but in the same sense, say, okay, she's not a victim. I'm like, okay, which one is it? Either the man was in a relationship and they were doing some freaky things, or at some point in this relationship, she was a victim. It's okay to say, you know what, she started out wanting to do all this stuff, but at some point it does seem like she didn't want to do it, but felt like she had to. Hold on, Gina. Gina, I hope I find it, because it's like 400 of us in here. Okay, here we go. I would ask Anna if she ever did a little sexting, because clearly this is not the issue. Even if she loved it for 5 years, when she started to say no means no, but she couldn't and wasn't allowed to say no. But Gina, I think people really are struggling. I'm gonna tell you, I just think people are struggling to see her as a victim. That's the problem. People are struggling to see her as a victim because she was on red carpets with him. You know, she was in videos with him. She was posting him on her page. People are struggling to see that she was a victim. Now, here's what I'd ask you guys. Do you guys see Halle Bailey as a victim? Anyone on here? I want to know if Halle had pictures, she provided text messages, she showed her chipped tooth. Do you guys see Halle as a victim? What's the difference between Halle and Cassie? I think it's important to get a psychologist on the stand as well, Jasmine. And you know, the thing about Cassie, and so many people will say, well, the thing about Key, I heard that too. So many people say with Cassie, you guys, well, not you guys, I'm not talking about you all on here, but people will write off Cassie's injuries. They say, oh, that was domestic. And I was like, what? I don't know Halle's intricate details. Let me just say that. I only asked her because I think when people saw it, you immediately felt bad. However, when it comes to Cassie, people are like, my homegirl, my homegirl was like, that's DV. I was like, what? She's like, man, that's a relationship. They going through. I'm like, what? My homegirl literally, I told her, I said, listen, I'm telling you the truth, friend. I'm starting to look at women. I'm starting to get y'all a side eye. My homegirl said that's DV. I said, well, do we not understand that a trafficking victim will also experience violence? They will have injuries. Like, and Cassie got a lot of videos. Key, you're not the only person who feels like that. There are a lot of people that say she is only a victim of domestic violence. And then let me ask y'all this then. She's only a victim of domestic violence. How do you guys feel? How do you feel about, I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday. She went to have a closure meeting with Diddy. Okay? She had a closure. Wait a minute. I think the word trafficking is what's got y'all up in a bunch. But she went to have a closure meeting with Diddy. She was dating Alex Fine at the time. They have this closure meeting. He shows up at her house. And I don't know if I can say the R word here, but he does that to her. Key, it's not what we're considering trafficking. We need to pull up the indictment. And I really personally believe so many people are up in arms because of two things: trafficking and RICO. I think that's what has people. No. I think it's trafficking and RICO. Yates, let me get Kayla to send it to me because I was going to send it to you once she sent it to me. Let me have Kayla send it to me. Hold on. Let me have her send it. Let me text her. Because it lays it out in the indictment. Yates, as soon as she sends it, I'll send it over to you. If you like it, as long as it benefits you, you are not a victim. So, Dan, I think you weren't there to say she liked it. You weren't there. None of us are. I mean, I don't know. I can only go by what I'm seeing. I see messages where at some point she did like it. And then we see messages where she didn't. I mean, one thing I'm happy about, she documented all of these times where he put his hands on her. All of these times where, I mean, the video from the hotel tells a story. She was trying to get away. The man came and snatched her back. He came and snatched her back. And I think that right there sets it up. She had this freak off. She didn't want to do it anymore. I'm trying to leave. He comes snatch her. You are coming back. There are times her cell phones were taken, laptops were taken. That's holding someone hostage. So I think it's the trafficking in RICO, that the trafficking, the RICO, the red carpets, all of these things I think are forcing people to see her. I mean, people are having a hard time seeing her as a victim. Keisha, a lot of people feel bad or try to understand their abusers. Aaron posted the indictment. God damn it. Yates, can you click it now, Aaron? You know I can't click from this link. Let me see. I'm gonna click from my phone. I thought the indictment, the indictment is, it lays it out. Maybe the indictment will help. Let me see if this is it. Aaron, I hope this is it. Yep. Let me send this to myself. Yates, did you get it? Aaron posted it. I think that's a big problem. Thank you, pretty. Both Aarons. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I got it. I just can't. Oh, Yates, that's 5:30. What's today? Thursday? That'll be perfect, Yates. I'll be seated. But Yates, I really do think a lot of people, I think going over the indictment might help with some of the confusion, or at least see why they feel that they could have brought these charges. You know, are they going to prove the charges? That's a totally different thing. That's a totally different thing. Tracy says key elements of sex trafficking involves commercial sex, and that is any sex act in exchange for something of value, involves force, fraud, or coercion, unless the victim is a minor. D-Tan says she was there for the money and the lifestyle. She stated without him, she would have had no money or place to stay. D-Tan, you are right. You could feel how you want to feel about it. I just think it's not as cut and dry as how you are presenting it. My personal opinion. I don't think it's that cut and dry. Does anyone feel like they like it at first, but it turns domestic? Jasmine, I think what I have seen from her testimony, and we'll see more. I mean, first of all, she has documentation for the abuse. I've never been involved in anything like that, but I can tell you from things I've seen, this is how it starts. Most abusers don't start off abusing their victim. There's a lead up to it, right? They lead up to it. Think about Ike Turner. Ike didn't start hitting on Tina just off the bat. Baby, Tina was in love, do anything for this man. He changed her life. This man would grape her too. It didn't start like that. It didn't start off like she said it. We were in love at first. He did not put his hands on her for the first time until after a year. And even then, he slapped her around, she said. Then slapping around started turning into black eyes, busted lips, being kicked in her chest, just outright stomped in trucks where security was around. It didn't start off bad. It didn't start off bad. Shay says, I wish you guys could sit in on therapy sessions with me of clients who experience this. It would totally change your perspective and help you have more empathy. It's very complex. Complex is such an amazing word. I don't think people understand how truly complex the situation is with victims and their abusers. I don't care the age. I don't care the age. Mirror said, now Mel, Tina saw what he did and what happened to Lorraine when they got together. That last pew pew, she herself in the house. But listen, Mirror, unless you got a man in your ear telling you the woman's crazy, who is she gonna trust? She's gonna trust Ike over that lady. This lady got issues. Come on now, y'all acting like y'all ain't never dated a man before. Come on now. You think Ike telling him she shot herself because of me? No. I told her I love you. You the one for me. She see me with you and she can't handle it. Come, y'all don't know how men work. Yes. They probably didn't want to start this case this way. I know they didn't. They sure didn't, Paris. I know they didn't. Okay, Marina says there are things I was okay with, but then it got way too aggressive and didn't feel the same anymore. But I couldn't say no anymore. It was too late. Marina, thank you for, I'm sorry that you went through that, but thank you for being a real life, I don't know the word I want to use, but a real life voice in what happens. I think people forget that. Boosie said, why they ain't locked Hugh Hefner up? Were any of the women saying that they were forced to do it? I don't remember that. T says it didn't start like that with OJ and Nicole. Supposedly, she said on the first date, he was forceful. She overlooked it and said she really liked him. The action or practice of illegally transporting people from one country or area to another for the purpose of sexual exploitation, that must be you adding on to some other things. Danielle says he's a narcissist and they make you feel safe to do things and have you try things to get you on board to go with it. And they push the limits and they'll see where they can go. I can see that happening. Shay said, I've had to cancel sessions afterwards to get myself together. Summer says at this point, a lot of celebrities are open about being sex traffickers. They stay speaking on how they flew somebody out. But y'all, it's not just about flying a person out. That's not it. It's not just flying a person out. It's more to it than that. It's not just flying the person out. I feel like people are taking making generalized statements about something that is complex. Like it's not as generalized as people are made. Oh, he flew her out. They were just kinky in a relationship. There's so many layers to it. And I think when we are forming the opinions, you got to look at all the layers to it. That's why I'm like, okay, we're just 3 days in. What else do they have? Surely this can't be it. We've only heard for 2 or 3 witnesses. This can't be it. This can't be it. What else? I'm sorry that happened to you, Zakia. Please be mindful. He did treat Kim the same way as someone who experienced abuse. I have a soft spot for this type of stuff because it's easy to say you wouldn't do it until it's you. And I was telling my homegirl that, like, just because you left, but you didn't leave immediately. It just didn't get as bad as Cassie, right? But people experience different forms of abuse. Okay, your husband might slap you. And you might think, well, he slapped me. He didn't punch me. It is still abuse. It's still abuse. Destin says, growing up in a house with DV, sorry that you had to experience that, Destin. It's what drew me to working in the mental health field. Thank you for that, because it's hard. I'm sure that's a hard field. Okay, y'all. People normalize abuse. I think about family members and girlfriends who pick abusive men constantly because somehow they feel they deserve it. Or people think all that fighting is normal. I'm like, that shit ain't normal. That's not normal, baby. Oh, that's a good movie too, Brianna. Good movie, scary movie. Scary movie. Scary as hell, but I think the power dynamic in their relationship is similar to what we're seeing here. Destin said we left several times and even stayed in the shelter, but he always found us and came to my mom's friend's house with a gun. It's never easy to just leave. The man blew up a whole car. I keep saying for people saying she could have left. What? This man blew up a whole car. I have never dated a man I think would have the resources to blow up a car. Like he blew up a whole car. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to this man. Claudia, I think we are. Nothing happened to him. Key, I don't think trafficking is that simple. And you know this. I think you rage bait at this point. I don't think y'all know trafficking is not this cut and dry thing. Who was that talking about Chopper? Somebody was on here talking about Chopper and how I think Miss Jefferson was talking about that. How he ended up with a trafficking charge. Because there are just things that you cannot do. It's not the early 2000s. It's not the 90s. Sassy, is the word trafficking. I think the word trafficking it has people uneasy because when you think of trafficking, you think of a person flying women out and they have this intricate operation going. I think the word trafficking is something that has people uneasy. Honestly, I think the word trafficking in the RICO is what makes people like, no. That wasn't trafficking. But go look up what trafficking is. Good. Because good, Yates. Kayla was I asked Kayla to do that last night. She come on that live with the indictment. I wanted her to do that because I do think people haven't read the indictment. I do think the indictment would probably help add some insight and kind of help people see what the feds are alleging, right? What they are alleging and what they can prove are two different things, right? That's two different things. And honey, I said this. I was telling him, I said, man, when you listen to it, it's like that sound like what a pimp would be. That sounds just like a pimp, right? But the issues when it comes here, you add the violence on, you add the woman not being able to leave, all of these things, they play a part. They play a part in it. There definitely seems to be some dissonance. I agree between the legal definition of trafficking and how the public thinks of trafficking. I agree, Aaron. It's not always kidnapping and selling someone, and I think that's the problem. Hold on. Derek said, Mel, we're telling we don't give a fuck about the word trafficking. We just saying from her testimony and the evidence, the only abuse I see is domestic. Derek, have you been listening to the testimony? Like, no, for real. Have you guys May calling me? Hold it. You know I about to say Yates, you know my phone on D&D. Indy, I was on here. I was on WTF. Hey girl. Y'all know my phone is on D&D when I'm on here. So I didn't hear it. So you look cute, girl. Hold up.
Thank you. I had work today.
You had work today?
Because I do have to look decent for my actual job sometimes. So a commercial sex act. I don't think people really know the definition of that. So the term commercial sex act means any sex act on account of which anything of value is given to or received by any person. That includes money, bags, gifts, anything that is being directly given for sex.
Mm-hmm.
That is a commercial sex act.
Okay, thank you for that, because I needed that to be broken down for people too.
I'm trying to, because I want to see your comments. I'm trying to go on damn YouTube. It's not working. Please hold. You keep talking while I find this.
Okay, hold up. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. They say Bev back? Hold on, y'all. Y'all know Court TV always late. So, Yates, when we get done, because you know they're going to be done at 4, then we'll go to TikTok Live. Be ready. You said 5:30. You said 5:30, right?
I'm cool to do it earlier because our laptops for work aren't working, so I can't do anything anyways.
Okay. All right, so right after we get off this stream, I'll hop on TikTok and let's break it down. Perfect. Okay, all right, see you in a little bit. Oh, this is good. This will be good then. I'm excited. That means my video is going to be late. Oh, not if I charge the iPad. Girl, I'm going to have to charge the iPad up, y'all. I'm going to charge the iPad up. Aaron, come on the live. But Key, I think that's the thing that we have to get people to understand. You know, when I'm listening to the case, I'm seeing where they're going with trafficking. They're asking her about what state she was doing this in, who was around, part of the RICO, because in the indictment, if I'm remembering correctly, they were trying to say that the enterprise that is making all of this happen are his assistants, people that work for him. They're asking her questions like that. Did you want to leave? Did you have your phones when you were in this room? How did you get here? She's got proof that she was abused. She was being beat. Could you leave if you wanted to? Why didn't you think you couldn't? Why you thought you couldn't? Why did you think you couldn't leave? Did he have a gun? Did you see him with the gun? Were you taking drugs? Where did you get the drugs from? I be seeing it. I see where they're getting it from. Why not Aaron? But ain't nobody beating me and having someone take me to the doctor same day. Hold on, Brian. I must miss something. I must miss something in there. Key, here's the thing. If we're gonna chalk it up to everybody famous doing it, then I know they lawyers talking to them right now. Your lawyer at this point, the lawyers have to talk to them. Y'all, Bev came back just to leave. Your lawyer has to talk to you at this point. All that foolishness you doing. Eric, you could curse like Miss Love. All that foolishness you're doing, babe, we're gonna have to fix that. So I think they're gonna just keep tapping into what they're doing right now. But again, y'all, today Thursday, it sounds like the judge is being pretty serious. She's got to be off that stand by tomorrow. Patrice, good point. Hold on. Pears, I still would like to know, like, what was it that, because this was a civil suit, what was it that made the feds like go into his home? I like, what was the final straw? What was that? I think so too, Aries. I think so too. Well, she just a piece of it. Y'all got, Karen looks cute. Girl, I love me some black tights and a black pump now. Come on now. Okay, I'm about to heat up my food. I'm in the chat.
You are unmuted.
Y'all, what's going on? Y'all, what's going on right now? I was heating up my food. I said, I don't hear them talking.
The water, I'm good.
I think it's a little confusing, Yates. I wish you would have just kept it simple. Ash, I had to run back. I'm like, I don't hear anybody talking right now. So what is going on?
Scores of session, please be seated.
Okay, they back now.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Squirty Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology,
Spell it, Mr. Lassie.
Histopathology. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time. So now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that
Sure.
might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, put your.
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan. Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
Strike.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, Based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
I wasn't at my computer, y'all. What did it say? What did it say? Hold up, y'all. What did it say? I got food in my mouth right now. I just walked back over here. Okay, I can rewind it. I love y'all for that. Okay, hold up.
Just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize?
Yeah.
I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that
Sure.
might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh your
She said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you.
Ooh! Now, wait a minute, Bev. Destin, this must be good to my turn that Valiant damn mail about the head.
Yep.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
I'm already giving her the side eye that she got the hypothermia diagnosis because of what Proctor told her.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section to here, And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
You're not him just standing there. Yeah, not him just standing there. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to watch this too. I'm not going to skip her reading. Child, my heart beating fast. Child, what they about to say?
Dr. Scorti-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes, the initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with.
Sustained.
Oh, hell no!
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie.
What?
With this, but just move on.
Yeah.
Write that down. Hold up.
In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Oh, what happened after initially? And this what be pissing me off, y'all.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Freak. Who told them about walking in the
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
Okay, y'all. Y'all, what? Thank y'all so much. When I got back and sat down, I saw the chat saying, Mel, did you hear that? Did you hear that? No millionaire left behind. I love y'all for it. What? I think everybody's first thought was that man had been in a fight. What the hell?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You right, Forrest. I didn't know where he was going.
At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
She's like,
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so. Yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
Inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm done at the altercation and party. And it says he got out the car. Who told that doctor he got out the car? Was it Jen? Alessi did his homework, Zakia.
So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
30.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Oh,
Did
God.
you consider that at all in your autopsy report? The effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of
I miss for her.
hemorrhage in the soft tissues. But in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was,
Oh, I love when he does that.
does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No,
And you agree that a Lucas machine can
And I
cause
like
hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
it can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
Hey, he did his homework, baby. Who did he study with? Mickey, it's about who you gonna believe.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you
Me too.
believe
He's better with
that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
What the hell is that?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a
She
spelling
looking
of that.
confused.
Doctor, can you give us the spelling of
How
that?
does he know that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'm prepared to give
ahead.
it. Thank you.
Why you think
WISCHNEWSKI. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
So
Do you
yeah.
recall? Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
Unless he does his homework, baby. And I think it comes off better from him than
There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages
Words
under
matter.
the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages
Are this
in
all?
the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, your honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Maybe Hank, I love to see Hank get up there and say, is it Wisniewski? Whatever the word is, I can't even say, I can't remember it. I want to see if Hank wants to tap into that. I gotta see. I want to see Hank tap into that because I don't think he is.
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes. And I'd like to move into evidence at this time.
Oh God.
All I'll say about
Didn't
this,
help.
jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, your honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you
We're
satisfied
not
with
gonna
that?
be able to see it.
Okay.
We're not gonna be able to see it. Ain't gonna get up there and say the ulcers you were just asking.
May I, your honor?
Yes.
Dr. Strubello, I'm handing you exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them. that is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to
Correct.
them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
with the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
And Your Honor, with Your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identifications at that?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you
How
please
respectful.
take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Just hold for these, sorry.
It got louder.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes,
Jurors.
yes.
Rise to the jury. Jurors, right this way, please.
Now, what's going on with the jurors? Because we just got back. We just got back. What do you need a break for? All you got to sit down is for an hour and a half. But they need a break. Pretty, it has to be. We hear it too often. It has to be. Oh, they can see the picture that we can't see. You might be. They can see the picture that we can't see. Oh, God damn. I hope not. Okay, back to it. Let me get to my notes. The death notification from Good Samaritan Hospital. The doctor at the hospital said something about a dispute and an altercation walking into a house party. I'm gonna need to hear it one more time. Hold up.
Find Wisniewski's ulcers.
I do not know the
She mad
mucosa
about him.
of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's.
Oh, that's after lunch. It was right before the second break.
Male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
What was the dispute?
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this,
Yeah.
Mr. Alessi. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes.
Let me go back. Let's get back to where we're supposed to be. I had to play that again. Aaron says, while we're on break and at the risk of being clowned in this damn chat, Miles would like to let y'all know that he got his website back. Aaron, this is why they call you Queen Massa. This is why they call you Queen Massa right there. I just like to say it before the chat does. That right there is why. That right there is why, Aaron. I just like to say it for the rest of the chat. You walked yourself into that one by yourself. You walked yourself into this. You walked yourself right into that. Erica, please. Baby, you walked yourself right into that one. Right into that one. You walked yourself into that. But anyway, y'all, I wonder, I don't remember hearing that. But I also think everyone in the beginning stages of this investigation, I do believe they all figured that he was in some sort of fight. I think it was Paul. Was it Paul who said he looked like he went 5 rounds with Mike Tyson? Was that Paul? We've got Paul saying that. We've got early reports from even Yuri saying looked like the man there was possibly a fight. So I think everyone in the beginning stages thought it was a fight. And Jen helped switch it up from the fight. But my issue is, if you are an officer, how do you just dismiss what you first felt? Why wouldn't you try to prove both of them wrong instead of proving one right? Not both of them wrong. Well, why wouldn't you investigate both instead of just going with one thing? Why would you just do that? But Aaron, and this is the issue right here, Aaron. She should not have had that much influence over the investigation where they would just outright dismiss something that a logical explanation as to what happened to that man. I just find this strange. Yes, Mickey. When I say I just find it strange that they would just say, well, it does look like from what people are telling us there was some sort of altercation. How do you just say, oh, forget that he was hit by a car, and immediately go into proving that this man was hit by a car? Aaron, that's it too. I mean, because y'all, it's just crazy that she said Jim McCabe is the funny of Canton. I just don't like that. Was very detailed, Ashley, but now I want to talk to the doctor. Like, damn, do you remember who told you that there was an altercation? Because remember, Jen wasn't at the hospital. I just thought about that, y'all. Where were they getting this information from? And words matter, because they could have said possibly gone into the house, possible altercation. Who told them this? It seems like Caitlin, I think he's using these ulcers, because I don't want to keep Wisniewski's. It seems like he's using the ulcers as a way to disprove the hypothermia, because in their mind he did not suffer from hypothermia, right? So many people prior to this finding, so many people have said he was not outside long enough to have died from hypothermia. Carrie was there, Key. He was not there long enough to die from hypothermia. People were saying, like, listen, if we go with the mind, if we are of the mind that he wasn't out there at 12, he wasn't out there at 1, he wasn't out there at 2, he wasn't out there at 3:30 when Lucky went by. He was put out there late, 4, 5 a.m. That is not enough time. People have said his body was too warm to have been out there 6 hours, right? People have said that. So there's no way he could have any type of hypothermia. They talked about there was no frostbite. People have said this. And then now what he's trying to say, he's trying to further prove that by saying that the ulcers were not present on his pancreas. If they were, they could have been caused by the compressions. 3,700 compressions is a lot. So it could have been caused by that. And if they disprove the hypothermia, what do you think? What do you think happens? If they disprove the hypothermia, guys, what happens, y'all? I think, Stephanie, it was bad on her part not to clarify the ulcers, because now she's stuck with a very generalized answer. I think she was wrong to not specify the type of ulcers that she was seeing. But guys, if they disprove the hypothermia, what happens then? It could change everything. It could change everything. Because now you're saying, damn, he probably wasn't sitting outside all of that time. He was probably moved. Now, if he doesn't have a hypothermia, how do you sit outside for allegedly 6 hours? Karen was gone. 12:32, 12:31, Karen was gone. How do you explain a body allegedly sitting outside for hours on hours on hours that does not have signs of hypothermia? He didn't even have on a coat. Della, I believe so too. It would bring back the altercation theory. God damn it. Just when we thought today was going to be a boring day. Zakia, there go your shocking moment right there. With no coat or shoes. He didn't have any frostbite, anything. Sharonda, I don't think he was out there. I think the whole theory that he made that he did not have hypothermia, it makes me further believe he was in that basement, garage, something. He wasn't on that lawn though. I don't think he was on the lawn because I do believe Lucky has no reason to lie. I do think he would have seen a body. Lucky went past the house at 3 something and he saw that car out there. He didn't see a body on the lawn. Zakia, I don't know about smoking gun, but I'm gonna tell you, this might be the closest we get into it. I don't think he was out there. And I'm gonna tell you why. I don't believe Jennifer McCabe or Fatty Matty can tell the truth if you pay them. But I do believe Sarah and Julie, I don't think they're in on any type of conspiracy to have killed or cover up anything with John O'Keefe. I don't. I don't think they trust them enough to really know what happened. I think they left. They didn't see a body out there. I don't. Listen, yes, pretty. The altercation, and there was no snowbank. Jayla said those pics looked like he'd been in a fight. In one where there was blood under his head at the hospital. He had that injury to the back of his head. I don't think them two girls are. But I'm gonna tell you this. If he's showing to me that the ME may have made a mistake. I don't think the ME, she may have taken into account CPR, which is why she attributes number 4 and number 5 ribs to the CPR. But 3,700 chest compressions, if she's saying that machine can cause the pancreas to hemorrhage, and she didn't really factor that in when she didn't really factor that in when she did the autopsy. She just said, you know what? They told me he was in the snow. This had to have come from hypothermia. This is a result of hypothermia. That's now when you factor in the fact that there's a possibility it could have happened this way. I kind of want to know, had you known this, would this have changed how you feel? Now, Lacey, this is true. I believe that they did everything in their power to save that man. Didn't I say, now if y'all watch number 1 with me, what did we say? We said, damn, I said, Lord, if I'm having a crisis, try to save my life like they tried to save John O'Keefe's life. I mean, they were doing things I had never heard of. They were trying to save that man.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? Sort of start over to reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to Emily as a child.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a chalk publication. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it.
Yeah, because I don't think she was trying to hide anything, Erin. She was just going based off what she was told, you know? But it's like, in light of this information, would you change it? Would you have said something?
Dr. Scordi-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Do you note any
Only
evidence
baby.
of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2023?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
Okay, so she knows the weather.
Right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature
No
brings the
frostbite.
actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down a temperature and a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs
Come on.
of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time
Right.
with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him
You made it sound
at
like
the time of autopsy.
So, at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that you have gone through your this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
What's the difference with?
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustain.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy?
I just
Whether
here.
Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Mm.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
Right. Why she can't speak on the report?
What I look for is some sort of bruise either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of
How
those
she get hit by a car, y'all? I mean, how he get hit by a car? We can end the case right now.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes,
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
no,
Ooh, y'all did.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
Nope.
there was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
If I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
No. God damn it.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk,
Oh!
and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid.
What is he saying, y'all? Ain't no way.
And Dr. Scortibello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
Y'all, you got to explain. You got to explain the lacerations on the face as well.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ooh,
Show Mr. Brennan.
you got to explain to me if their whole theory is that man fell back and hit his head on the ground. How do you account for the lacerations on his face,
Your Honor,
his eye, his nose? That man was in a fight. That man was in a fight.
Dr. Scortibello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Start from square one. Go pick them Alberts up. Go pick them up, Hank. In this mess after today, go pick Julia. Go pick Chris up. Brian, Nicole.
Dr. Scortibello, I have placed before
Fatty
you what is in
Matty.
evidence now is 165. And Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk. So, Dr. Scortibello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, have the laceration to the nose.
Where is Yates at? I need to know if Yates changing her mind about the crossing.
I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
Took him a minute, but he got there. Took him a minute, but he got there.
Your Honor,
Yates, how you feel now? I think it took him a minute.
Mark it.
I get it now. I get where he was going, Yates.
166.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
I like it so much better because he's pointing
Dr.
out the
Scortibello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolk, publish.
Yes.
Thank you.
y'all, because if they're saying he fell back and hit his head,
Dr. Scortibello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
Heather, I think we at the bottom of it, Heather. There ain't no more in the can. There's no more in the can, baby.
On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With your Honor's permission,
Yeah.
I would like to
I do think he's putting out some good stuff. I get that, Yates. Miss Sheila, I gotta go get me. I'm gonna have something stronger than wine. Hey, they better get on out that car. Get out of that car, baby. We coming for you.
Your Honor,
He did, y'all. I think they learned a lot from last time.
Yes.
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Storti Bell. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them
We just need to stand up.
whichever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you.
Kids, you got to go back. You got to go back, friend.
With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern?
Not you like got excited.
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe not a pattern to the wounds. I don't remember hearing that. I'm taking notes.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on your answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Okay.
So, can you
She
answer
said
that,
she could.
Doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
She said she could see a stab wound because she's seen them so
Do you
much.
recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So, were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, t-shirt or hoodie, didn't make its way?
No.
I think he tactful, Nicole, but he does take his time.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bella.
You're welcome.
That was good, doctor.
Leslie, Mr. Brennan?
What is Hank finna get his ass up and say? What can Hank say, y'all? He's not gonna talk about those ulcers. I know that. He's not gonna talk about those ulcers.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed.
I agree
They may
with
be
you.
wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is two.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
Hank finna struggle,
Asked
baby.
it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about
Thank you,
part
Father.
of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago,
Okay.
but I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
You, to complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused.
Whole
Do you
context.
remember that completion
The
to your
snowbank.
statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, you can show her the statement.
The whole context is what, guys? They told her he was found in a snowbank and he'd been outside for so many hours.
Part of your
Why?
grand jury testimony, do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part
Why?
of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it.
Ooh,
You asked
Keith.
about your entire
Oh, I know
answer.
he's sick.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You can read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection. So follow it appropriately.
I know Bill.
Now remember there was more to your answer.
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it,
Your Honor.
without reading it, turn the paper over. please.
Unless he's not having it, baby. Y'all know Hank's struggling.
Questions to him.
Hank's struggling. He doesn't know what to
Do you
say.
remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So
I'm glad she said that.
The case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow,
Come on.
I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Come on. Bye,
Is
Hank.
your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Sustained.
Come on,
You
Hank.
were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log. Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
Not at all, Stephanie.
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Yep, show Mr. Lesson.
And what does he think this gonna do? T Goldie, I think that's what he's missing. The context is exactly what Alessi is questioning.
If we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
She's so tired. Get my girl from down off that stand.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is,
98 degrees.
so there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside.
It was early.
Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
This is a good question.
The body temperature.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
No, it's within the scope.
Oh.
Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses
He
heat
get a hope this
depends on a
November.
number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body.
And you don't have any of that.
The higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the
Bye,
drop
Hank.
will occur.
And
You were
you
asked if
have-
there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
What the hell?
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
What?
Sustained.
What the hell, Hank?
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
Hank!
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about
Hey,
what
just
caused the
sit down,
condition that you saw
buddy.
on that chart?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
Told you he wasn't gonna say the word. Didn't I tell you? I told you Hank was not gonna say the word.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Freezer bird. What was that about? For everyone who says, "Oh, Hank is this, Hank is that,"
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
I don't know. He has not been my
Yes.
favorite.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
Hank, it's gonna make them look bad if it's 10 lines.
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
Why is he doing this?
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Is he trying to say she didn't have enough information for her autopsy?
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
Q for identification.
Y'all don't know what he's doing. This can't be helping him.
May I approach her on?
Yes.
11-page report.
Second document, is that another document from your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I move to have this marked for identification, please.
Well, what is he doing? Because now she's trying to say the autopsy was insufficient. Well, not the autopsy, but her information was insufficient.
I'm gonna go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
And take you the document. I'm not gonna ask you to read it aloud, I'm just gonna ask you to look at it.
She said nothing looked like the man was hit by a car. What more does he want from her?
Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
What are we doing?
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, well, let me ask you.
Yes, Kay, she said the injuries were
You
not considered.
submitted the death certificate on April 14th.
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or
What?
considered at the time you
Oh,
wrote your
God.
death certificate.
He is
Filed
doing
your
that,
death
y'all. Before we keep going, he is doing exactly what I just said he's going to try to do, guys. This is ignorant. Y'all know we are 3 years removed from Mr. John O'Keefe's passing. He is about to ask this woman about everything he feels like would have swayed her. The woman said it's not going to sway her. Alessi just asked her, if you knew this, would you change it? She said no. Hey.
Were you informed or were you aware that
Y'all should see the dog.
before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of
Oh,
Timothy Nuttall, who reported that
objection.
Going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that?
I became aware of it at some point.
Yeah.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Oh,
Were you aware
he's stupid.
that there was another first responder
He ain't got to be
by the name of McLaughlin
He
who
ain't got to
provided
be
information
wrong.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by
Oh,
the defendant? Um,
It's embarrassing.
well,
She knew Hank.
to Miss McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, this is embarrassing.
Okay.
Wait a minute, y'all. I'm going to say it again. I put this in the chat. Why is Hank asking questions that he does not know the answer to? That man said, were you aware that there was a first responder who heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? She said, at some point, yes. Were you aware that there was another one? Yes. Were you aware that Miss McCabe? Yes. Hank, you look dumb. She considered all of it, Hank. She considered it all. And still felt like he didn't get hit by a car. Sir, sit down. Damn it.
So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the
Hey, man, go
statements.
to
It's
jail.
coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you.
Get
At
just
the
like your
time
questions.
of
Thanks.
your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
What
Yes.
is happening?
Were you aware
A car.
that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their,
Their observations?
yes.
Were you aware of an interview
Oh,
Lieutenant
hey.
with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
None of this shit
Were
matters.
you aware that Mr. Whitley told the
It's up
police
there bored.
that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular.
Why does
first
this
responder.
matter? Bro, this is embarrassing. Hank, sit down. Come on now. I don't want to see you go out like this. Some people
Were you aware
respect
of
you.
statements
Oh.
provided by Kerry Roberts to the police?
Carrie admitted to lying
That
on the stand. Who trusts
The
her?
defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information.
in the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
She
Yes.
said she heard it, sir.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Bro, what is he doing?
Yes.
Were you
She's
aware of the
aware of
statements
that,
that
hey?
he made to the troopers?
Oh my
Not in
God.
detail.
This is for real, Gina. He got to sit down. She's aware of this and it did not sway
Were
her.
you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th,
Whoa.
she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Bam, there.
information.
Were you provided the information that
y'all.
she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
She
Yes,
cannot
I
know
was.
how it happened.
Were you aware that
How's he getting to
members
do this,
of the
Aaron?
Massachusetts State Police
Aaron, how's he getting to do all of this?
obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
What
I
the hell,
was
Hank?
not aware of that until much, much later.
Hank
After
damn
you
bad.
filed
He
your
talking about
report?
the man
Correct.
phone now.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before
Hank
you
damn
filed
bad.
the death certificate?
Hank is damn
No, I was not.
bad.
Were you aware of healthcare data
He done brought up his
on John O'Keefe's phone before you
shit.
filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
He
Were
done
you
brought up
aware of
his
battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I
Hank,
was not.
Were you aware
I know she's sick of his
of
ass.
voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before
Oh shit, she done
you
started
filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between
She
the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Get that doc off that stand. She up there hot as hell. Get off the stand.
Were
Girl,
you
don't
aware
pass
of
out.
statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Hey, baby, that lady up there.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
Hey, she's mad. She up there hot as hell. Her hair thick as hell. She
You were asked some
Oh, they hate-
questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked
Patrice
for
driving me crazy.
impact injuries,
He got to sit down.
was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
But hey,
How
she's
about
not gonna have his
cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Sustained enough.
Hey, stop.
How about a side swipe
Hey,
injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
oh, hey.
Could be.
Let me tell y'all something. He done got desperate as hell. That man said John O'Keefe was hit at 24 miles an hour. And the only injury he sustained on his leg was a goddamn bruise. Princess, thank you so much for the super chat. She said the door's open for Alessi to say, were you aware the Alberts did not come out with all of that commotion? And other questions. Okay. Because what are we doing here? He said,
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of the
like what?
any alleged collision in this case?
I know she
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
Right. Like,
And
are
so
you
when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained enough.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration,
Yes.
and you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
okay, what is
Correct.
he gonna go
You were
with?
asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That is
Lassie.
There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
What?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Okay, I can see
Could
it.
it be consistent with first aid?
But how? First aid.
I'm sorry, what was
Could
the,
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
anything is
Like she
possible.
wants to say, shut the hell up.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body
You have
around
to go home.
5:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
He got to be
All
done.
right, Mr. Lassie.
Bro, I ain't got to sit down, y'all. That was terrible.
Thank you,
And
Your
I
Honor.
know Bev was like,
Dr. Scorty Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
at this point, he is lawyer Brennan.
Yes.
Dr. May I?
Yes.
Dr. Scorty Bello, may I stand by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorty Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers.
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
Damn.
as opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information
Thank you, G.
before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So,
She had it.
even though
She
you
had it.
all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr.
This is so good.
Correct.
That's it.
Thank you, Dr.
That's it.
Spadabello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank you,
That's
Your Honor.
it.
I'm going to see
That was a
counsel at
great
the sidebar.
Bell finna let court go. It's 3:41. It's 3:41, guys. Baby, I know Hank feels wore out today. Baby, y'all know what? Don't be surprised if you get on X and you see Hank Brennan at the waterfall asking for a vodka soda with an extra shot of vodka. Do not be surprised if you see him pouring an extra shot in his drink because he's ready to go. That was such a great way to end it because that's what I'm thinking. You had all of that information beforehand and you still said it was undetermined. What does that mean? None of it swayed her. None of it. They said Paul done left the building. Paul said this is too much. Hell, Paul might be going to see Brian Albert. Paul might be going to see Brian Albert at this point. What you say, Key? He said, "Uno out." That was a great way to close, Shameen. Who's the guy in the red tie? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Baby, that was good. First of all, Hank looked like a fool. The lawyer, said, is anyone else getting the idea that Hank is expecting her to say no to these questions? He absolutely was, which is why, what do you guys say all the time? You don't ask a question you don't already have the answer to. Don't ask a question you don't already have the answer to. And that's exactly what he was up there doing. Why would you ask her if you didn't already know whether or not she had that information? Because it would have hit if she was like, no, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Baby, that woman up there said, I know everything you're asking me about. And guess what? I don't give a damn. He was not hit by a car.
All right, so here is that is it for today.
What I tell you?
I'm told that we are on schedule.
Stop lying, Bill.
So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
That's what they saying.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
That was good, baby. Alessi did a great job. Great job. This go around for the defense has been so much better. I feel like it's clearer. I feel like the information is coming out clearer than it did last trial. The hypothermia? Oh my God. If there's no hypothermia, if the ulcers could have come from his alcoholism, well, him drinking alcohol. If that's what it came from.
You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes, that
Okay.
my understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where this statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago,
Dead
Your
late.
Honor, we
Hi.
received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get
Look at Karen. I know that's.
So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor.
What the hell going on?
12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds matter.
They do.
In the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much emotional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA. It's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. Here, Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to quote align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago.
Yes.
And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible challenging
now,
situation.
Bam.
So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush.
And I heard Bam say
Ever
too.
an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
You gonna change something based
Do
on?
you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right, and Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion in a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARCA at
All right,
all.
so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right.
Hold up. Y'all said she trying to cut him off?
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffin. I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffin based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense is entitled, continues to work on their case, study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times.
Who clock got different times in their car?
By a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if
What?
the data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09. There is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align.
Hey.
That's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time.
Where the hell is Apple?
Doesn't change the data whatsoever, just heads to the time.
Lord Jesus.
What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to
Yeah,
the
this
waves
is
data. And when
crazy.
he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead.
Yo!
Time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe.
They got to work with Jessica Hyde, y'all.
Reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything.
Yes, you are. The man said it.
Identify that variance more closely. It doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief, my case in chief, because we now have this available data.
No, this
As I
not
said,
fair,
this wasn't,
Bill. They're changing their whole theory.
Sat on, it was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different.
Because that's some
I
bullshit.
agree with Attorney Brennan on that.
Mm-mm.
The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first.
All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
Yeah, I
Your
knew
Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
Damn, man.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations.
It didn't sound like any. She was reaching.
That I want to phrase this properly, efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. In the court,
Did y'all not see Hank arguing against it?
Government's objection, and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had the time to review and to prepare and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue.
So Hank said, if they can do it, I can do
Provided
it.
this information to Dr. Webster. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case to the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then comparing.
You don't even know if he got hit by a car yet.
Claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of the material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses.
What?
That's going to take time. We've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks, and they were given 5 weeks.
That's dad is gonna eat him alive.
All the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials.
We gonna let this shit in. Why?
None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We will go and try to get
Sound like you need a new one.
at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what would we like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues.
Oh, hell no!
His testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders.
Yo!
And so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided.
Do y'all hear that he's saying the state is gonna rest? After the state rests, the defense is gonna call their case in chief. If ARCA testifies to anything that he deems as new or different, he wants their witness to be able to come back and combat what they're saying, what ARCA has said. This is
Jury, the unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions.
Deb, you allow this baby.
And not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welch relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
Right. Mr. Lassie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alessi, please
I think
you allow it.
and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their 2 proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARCA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my
hate how she's
conclusion
trying
is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that.
So
So
if we're
we,
focusing just on the quote, new information bucket, Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what aperture has done.
Oh, wow.
So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information?
Yeah.
And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
so I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time.
The time.
But Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right.
Exactly.
I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof.
Yeah.
It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with aperture, Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame
Why does that
would
matter?
that be?
They don't know.
We haven't made a final decision,
Right.
Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye. She ended that. I don't like how she ended that, but something tells me Bev is going to come back and say, well, I allowed ARCA, so I'm going to allow their new information in. Although what I thought was great to put on the record is that ARCA's new information is solely based off of Appenture's information. So technically it's nothing new. They're only rebutting what Appenture says. I got a good mind that Bev is going to allow it, and then it's going to be a problem because, like he said, there's no way in hell this lady is going to let the state finish their case. The defense presents the case, and the state's witness comes back to rebut. Hell, if that's the case, why she didn't let that lady correct herself on the stand today? She didn't do that because they had concluded their questions. You don't get to do that. If Bev lets that shit happen, baby, I would gladly sign. I post on my page every damn day for her ass to be recused. I think Lexi, she's going to allow their new report in, but I don't think she's going to allow that witness to come back and testify after the defense. You get what I'm saying? She's going to say, I let ARCA's new information in, which I'm so happy he put on the record that their new information is strictly a rebuttal to the state's witness. It's nothing new that they wanted to do. They are rebutting what the state's witness came up with. Now listen, that new report, it just can't come in, y'all. It can't come in. That new report can't come in. It'll probably be in the morning before she tells us something. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to be seated. I am going to be seated for the lawyer you know at some point tonight because I want to hear what he has to say about that. I just know that can't be right. I just know that can't be right. Lacey Ann says she bets she is absolutely going to let them testify. I think it's the new report that they don't want in. They can testify, but they have to stick to the information they provided because what's happening? Many of us in this chat said Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen, especially Jessica Hyde, messed their timeline up. Remember, these are their expert witnesses. When Alessi got up there and started calculating the time and it got over 12:32, that was a problem for them. Now, all of a sudden, they come back after Ian Whiffen was on the stand, and he said it. I had to redo this to align with Ian Whiffen. You're not supposed to be doing that. You got to go by what it says. You can't fix your science, just like they did with the Hasselon, to align with what the state wants you to say. I don't like that. Come on, Bev. Like, Bev, the fact that you don't see that is what's pissing me off. How do they get to change their information based off of some shit their witness messed up and said on the stand? Okay, y'all. I'm gonna get off here. It's 4:20. I think I gotta switch. I got to switch over. I gotta go do my videos. Yes, I got to talk about this. I have to go do my videos. And Court of Opinion, I think, is tonight at 9 p.m. So if y'all want to go have some fun, some laughs, pull up to Miss Jefferson's page. I think Yates wants to go over Dee Dee's indictment. So we'll be on TikTok at some point tonight doing that. But I got to go calm down. I have to go calm down, but I got to go talk about this too. But I appreciate all of these super chats. Thank you for all of the likes. Thank you for all of the comments today. Shout out to my mods. I appreciate my mods. Thank you for keeping the chat together. She said, I ain't coming. I'm mad. I'm finna block you. Don't block me. But I don't even want to talk about it because I'm getting pissed. I got to swap over to do some videos and then move on to Diddy. But I appreciate you guys. I'm going to see y'all in the morning at 8:45 back here for day 17 of the Karen Reed trial. Everybody have an amazing day. Shout out to all my Taurus too, because I forgot. I was going to try to remember to tell y'all happy birthday to the Taurus in the chat. But you guys, Kim not taking anything back. Thank you so much again for such an amazing stream. And I'm going to see y'all on one of these TikTok lives, wherever we going to be at. I'm going to see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Have a good day.